lights are off and away they go.
Extremely loose. He's managed to hold on and they get.
He missed the complete. That is crazy stuff.
Side Freitas is on the grass on the infield before. He slides through. He tags Richard Eck.
Ask the average race driver or fan what makes a good track, and you're bound to hear a few items repeatedly. High speeds, places to pass, challenging layout, plenty of elevation change, and of course, most would love it all to be set in picturesque surroundings. It's no wonder then that a place like Spa attracts both drivers and fans in droves. That is the stage for our 4-hour contest. Our competitors will no doubt see their GT3 cars tested to the absolute limit as we get ready to watch round 5 of the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series, and you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth today is Bill Soup Zahn. Also joining us once again is our resident strategy expert, Sean Crackers Ambrose. Behind the scenes is our director, Amjad Yaman, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Sean, we're certainly not here for a hike through the misty Ardennes Mountains, so why don't you tell us about the circuit?
Oh yes, but we are here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Here in Francorchamps, actually, not in Spa, just across the street from Spa, actually, just in the vicinity there, the municipality of Stavelot. And this track, 19 turns, fellas, and a lot of fun here. We've all driven this track. A lot of wide open, just full throttle sections, but I'll tell you what, the chicanes, the S's, the no-name left-hander, all quite exciting here at Spa. But I'll tell you what, I could talk about it. It's better to get in the car and take a ride around. So let's do that now in the Global Sim Racing Channel BMW.
Alright, Kevin Brown is behind the wheel of the GSRC BMW, so let's do a lap around Spa. The very first corner is the nefarious La Source hairpin. Turn 1 pileups are common here, so drivers will need their heads on a swivel. 3 and sometimes even 4 wide can happen as everyone jockeys for position. As you exit, getting the power down is going to be critical due to the combination of the downhill and the long acceleration zone. Heading by the old pits, you gotta hug that wall to the right and set up for Eau Rouge. Then hold your breath and keep your foot down as you try to straighten this baby out. Guys who push wide at Rodillon are going to wind up with a slowdown penalty, and that is going to hurt as everyone blows by them along the Kemmel Straight. Now we switch to an uphill climb to the highest point on the circuit. The Lacombe chicane coming up will be one of your best passing opportunities, though it is possible to defend from the outside. You can expect guys to pass up an easy overtake into La Source and wait to get somebody here. As you switch back and forth, make sure you set up for Malmedy to keep anybody from getting a run on you toward Rivage. Now it's all downhill from here. Literally. We've got a steep plunge into the braking zone and all the way around this 180-degree corner. You're likely to experience understeer, but before you know it, it's time to get to the right and flick it through no-name corner. Now we set it up for Pouan. With the grip of these cars, there's just a little braking and then holding on as the car tries to slide wide into that paved runoff. As soon as you feel you've got the line, time to ease onto that right pedal and accelerate the rest of the way around this very fast corner. Careful how wide you drift on the exit though, with the slippery AstroTurf right beside the curb. Get back to the left, and now we've got Fagnes. Make sure and hug the inside on that right-hander to give yourself the best launch towards Stavelot. Once again, be wary of that AstroTurf. One more switchback, and it's a pretty straightforward 90-degree corner for this first part. But the real important thing is the next right-hander. We only have to lift a little, but wait too long, and you'll lose time hand over fist down the backstretch. You've got some mild little turns, but once again, there's no lifting all the way. Even as you come up to Blancpain, the grip of this car lets you stay in it easily. Just carry as much of your momentum as you can, and then drift back to the left and spot your brake marker for the bus stop. This is probably your next best chance to get beside another car in the braking zone. I've seen passes made both inside and outside, so pick your poison and hold firm. There's even a possibility of pulling a switchback if you time it right. But as we pull back to the main straight, we've now finished a lap around Spa. There you go. This place has been around for a lot of years, but this layout that we're looking down on right now is a little different in the last 30 years than it has been previously. One thing that is always changing, though, is the points in this series, and to give us an update on that, let's go to Bill Zahn.
Let's go ahead and do it. Now, as we look at these points, keep in mind that they are the raw totals that iRacing provides. They do not take into account drop weekends. VRS Coanda could be feeling confident in the lead and perhaps stepping off the throttle a bit, but no, that's not the case. Winning both Saturday races, they are now up by 77 points. And one of those wins was over their nearest rival, Pure Racing Team Red, with a margin of victory of only 22 seconds. After 4 hours, a 22-second lead is pretty much not there at all. The BMW might not be the car of choice here at Spa, as the best Iberica Racing Interactive 4 could manage for the weekend so far is a 9th. A regular entry to GSRC Sunday broadcast race is, of course, Pure Racing Team Black, and 8th yesterday has them returning to our overlay after 1 week away. And steady as always as Enex Racing Blue, with a 4th and a 2nd already in the books coming into today. Now, as we move to the bubble, again, keep in mind that this is the official cut line stated in the iRacing rules. In truth, it could drop a few positions, and once again, these are the raw numbers only. You know, the margins are not as close as they were last round, and this overlay is really turbulent compared to like the top 5 that we just showed you, as only Element Motorsports and Scuderia Leon Black being the only teams that were on the list last time. So, Joe, things are starting to shape up as they work their way through the season here.
And we're getting a much clearer picture of who is going to be where when all is said and done. And remember, just as a reminder, guys, these are the qualifying races for the official series this year in 2017. So these are guys vying to race with the big boys, which they had their first season of the Blancpain GT series here on iRacing last year in 2016. So we'll be excited to see who comes back, who will be new, and who didn't make the cut. Now, I mentioned in my intro, Sean, there's a number of places to pass here. There's no shortage, and some of them are more due to draft, some of them are braking zones. They got a bit of everything here.
Well, yeah, certainly. I mean, La Source is a good passing zone because there's several different ways you can get through that sharp hairpin there in turn 1. But once you get through turn 1 and you get out of Rédillon and Eau Rouge, you get into the Kemmel Straight. That's a great drafting zone right up through there. Down into Lacombe. So, again, very, very good opportunities here to pass, and a few danger zones to look out for as well, Joe.
And it looks like qualifying is finished, so we need to get through the grid on the pole. It's going to be Dar Contigo Racing Team, followed by iRacing Brazil GT3. Pure Racing Team Blue will start 3rd, followed by G-Tross SST Orange. Then Team GTNF will be starting 5th, followed by Odox Motorsports Samsung number 30 in 6th. Triton Racing starts the race in the 7th position. Hoisingfeld Core Motorsports in 8th. Gem Racing Black in 9th. And rounding out the top 10, Bill, is Vendaval Sim Racing White.
Next row is Black Star Racing Gemini and Torrent Motorsports BES. Row 7 is going to be Trinity Motorsports. That's the green team. ERA Logitech G. That's car number 726. Gecko Vortex Sim Racing follows them. That's the blue team. Alongside of them is Dream Factory. Next row is going to be made up of Team RSO BGT and Thrustmasters Movano Black. And then finally in 19th and 20th position, Pure Racing Team Yellow and Radical Online Steel Series. Sean?
All right, 21st going to be MSP Drivers Home 1. 22nd, BSR, J Blanco Team Black. 23rd, Core Sim Racing, BES. 24th, Apex Racing Simulators. 25th today, going to be Feeder Ragnar Simulations. Gym Racing Yellow in 26th. Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Green in 27th. 28th, going to be Radicals Online Pirates. 29th, Kronos International Team. 30th, Bonsai Motorsports RW.
31st, it's Shinya Michimi Sim Racing Yellow, followed by Era MPMS number 725 and 32nd. Vendaval Sim Racing Azul, I believe that's blue for those of you who need some help on that. That's 33rd that they'll be starting. Four Brothers GT3 in 34th, followed by Bill's favorite, Sailors, starting 35th today. Team Tortuga starting in 36 with Glacier Racing BES in 37. VEC Sim Racing starts this round in 38th with Indigo Racing BES 39th and MSP Drivers Home 3 in 40th, Bill.
And the sister team Home 2 in the 41st position, Alpine Eagle Racing. R4R Motorsports, Vandeval Sim Racing, German Sim Racing.de, that's the car number 845. And the last three teams, Orion Racing, that's team number 3, and then the sister team, team number 2, and the last car, Team Chimera.
And as you can see, the pace car is already leading them towards the bus stop where the pace car is going to peel off. Now these cars can take off anywhere between the bus stop and the start-finish line, which is going to be after La Source. We'll have to wait and see when these drivers are going to elect to go. Up at the top, Dar Contigo with Jesus Cecilia in the car. When is he going to elect? He's holding them up currently, crossing the Grand Prix start-finish line where F1 usually starts. He's picking it up a little bit, or maybe second place is pulling back just slightly as they come up to La Source. Looks like he's going to wait until after the hairpin to take off, and then they're going to have to navigate the fearsome Eau Rouge with some of these guys potentially going too wide. He takes off immediately after La Source. They are green, even though the flag, there it goes. It is now out. Bruno De Carmo slots into second behind him. Jonas Wallmeyer in third. They're starting to get single file coming up through this nasty uphill climb. Who is going to be able to make it over Radillion? Most everybody getting single file. I don't see anybody trying too wide. There's a group. Looks like that is going to be Angelo Pulgar, who loses a position up through there, but everybody seems to be clean.
Back in the field gets off clean as well, Joe. Everybody making their way down the Camel Straight.
And to Lacombe they go now. And once again, everyone's looking pretty clean, although definitely a lot more side-by-side through here. We got an accident farther back in the pack car at the side of the road trying to find him. That's Ricardo Ferreira and Radicals Online's Pirates.
Heavy hit. Car damaged heavily.
Massimo Era got into the back of him and did a little bit of turning. Now Era gets loose as well. A little bit of justice as he wallets the wall with a wallop.
Yeah, a lot of cars coming through where Era was. He has to sit there and wait for everybody to get by.
Well, we'll come back to those replays soon. Also, Fernando Garcia Perez and Kronos International are going very slow there. Audi is extremely damaged. Our leaders, though, still untouched. In fact, the top two are continuing on with quite a bit of a gap over third place with Vollmeyer and Pure Racing Team Blue losing ground. I'm not sure if maybe there was a mistake in there.
Kronos International Team is off the track. That car hurt badly also. Fernando Garcia Perez.
So even though we are seeing a few drivers running into trouble, this is a little bit cleaner than I thought they would be. A long race, 4 hours. Longer than their 3-hour ones, obviously. Oh, we've got problems in the bus stop around 12th position. They're slipping back now, though. Trying to see who that is facing backwards as he gets punched in the front by another car.
Yeah, Ninamaki backwards. He gets hit again.
Black Star Racing, Gemini trying to work his way around and get into the pit lane. There's some problems at La Source. His cars are getting checked up. It is an absolute mess around 18th or so.
They had the tow, by the way, Joe.
Oh. Well, I take back what I said earlier. It is getting rather messy. It's just in a bunch of little spots instead of one big one. And boy, look at this bee's nest build that's going on, heading up the Kimmel Straight. A few three-wide situations happening.
Yeah, they're managing to get us sorted. I've been going back and looking at all the events that happened back there. We've lost about 4 or 5 teams so far.
Oh, another car spun off. That's Lucas Yestad, and MSP Drivers Home 1 gets tipped at the back. Some aggressive driving here at the start.
Spa claiming many victims early here, Joe.
For a 4-hour endurance race, I'm really surprised, Sean. I mean, I would think a lot of the crew chiefs would be getting on the radio telling these guys, stay calm, stay away from everybody. You're going to pick up spots because, boy, if you're in last place, that's what we've seen at least a dozen cars now that have gotten into trouble.
Yes, at least a lot of cars, and taking the tow also. Long way around this track, that tow is going to cost you a lot of time.
Undoubtedly.
Now, Ricardo Ferreira, who wrecked early on the opening lap, sitting back here in 41st place. That car badly damaged, but guess what, guys? It's a BMW. It's still running. Still out here turning laps.
Well, they may not have the top end, but they certainly seem to have the durability. As you said, he's in 41st right now, trying to chase down Bohan Newman and MSP Home 2. Whoa, we got a car by the side.
Kevin Siggy, Toro Motorsports PES.
Gets it going once again. Audi looking a little bit out of shape, though.
He was off in turn 14 there.
Let's watch the start one more time now that I think we've got things calmed down just a little bit. I think we're going to be watching from one of the Team Shinya cars potentially here.
Yeah,
after this one.
They're good for a while, and then they all bunch up once they make their way around the first few corners. I thought it was pretty clean. As they come around those trees, that's where things start to get a little bit ugly.
I think everybody was more afraid of Eau Rouge and then didn't account for how things would stack up down in Lacombe here. You can see up at the top of the field a little bit of side-by-side up for third, which I'm guessing that's what cost them the gap up to the top two. All right, let's watch onboard Shinya and see what their perspective is in all of this mess.
They had a nice start. They started about back there at about 31st position, so they were way back about mid-pack. And then right as they work their way around here, things start to get loose and crazy in front of them. They have a good view of them, and they're able to work their way through.
Boy, it looked like they had a big moment coming over the top of Radillion. You see they got a lot of space up to the cars in front. Let's see if they bunch up.
And they
closing very quickly.
Yeah, they needed all that space. And then as they work around through here, this is where things started to get crazy, and then they managed to get through nice and clean, though.
It is a New York traffic jam. Slicing around the outside. Beautiful moves by Vincenzo.
Guys, great battle going on back here for 15th place. Raul Diago gets off Frey off the track. Oh! Down into turn 14. Out of it. It's Raul Diago in the Dream Factory machine. He takes the spot away. And Julian Offray for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing drops all the way back to 17th.
It's Wyatt
Now
Gooden for Radicals.
Yeah, there's Wyatt.
Taking a look, but gets in line, coming up to Blanchimont. Coming through this corner is going to be critical to give you an opportunity into the bus stop. He gets a decent run, looks to the inside. Is he going to try and slice through there? Too wide behind him, sticks his nose in, giving a little bit of room, but just can't do it. Goes for the over-under, and look at that beautiful move. Gets the traction. Still not quite by him, though, as Raul Diago continues to hold him off. Are we going to see another move from Wyatt down the inside into La Source? No, he stays patient. Everybody stacking up behind him with this train of cars, desperately trying to find a way by in the early stages.
Now, I got to tell you, Offray is not going to be happy about the way he was handled by Diago. I'm sure he's probably a little bit of a chip on his shoulder right now. But man, Diago's got all he can handle there with Wyatt Gooden on his tail. Heading up the Kimmel Straight.
Well,
looking to the outside.
That Bimmer might not have the top speed, but it's got the grip, and he's using it to the best of his ability. Going to have to go the long way around, and he does it down in Lacombe. outbraking the car of Raul Diago. Just behind them, more side-by-side action going on. Mark Elkman and Ian Ford. Excuse me, Simon Povey and Mark Elkman. As going way out into the gray stuff, that is Ian Ford trying to recover the car. Patrick Rawl takes a little bit of a look on him, but he covers him off down into No Name Corner. Now they head down the hill into Pouan.
This is a 4-hour race, right, Joe?
Yeah.
Well, I would have thought it was, yeah. Well, it's not going to be 4 hours for some people with the way they're driving.
I can report that there was a pass for third as G-Tros SST Orange has made their way around Pure Racing Team Blue. We have a new driver in third. Alvaro Romero now as he's trying to run down the two leaders who are staying pretty close.
And Joe,
Man.
we've got half a dozen cars that are on the pit lane for lengthy repairs.
That is sad to see, but, you know, there's that old endurance racing adage, Sean. If you're going to have problems, better to have them early.
Yeah, I'd rather have it on the first lap than on...
Well, they must have been listening to you. They must have, because there were plenty of problems on the first lap.
Yeah.
That's true. This gap, though, this, I think, is going to be critical later on. 2.5 seconds between G-Tros SST Orange and iRacing Brazil. And you want to talk about a team that has come to form. We've seen them really show themselves, even though they haven't been winning quite yet. iRacing Brazil, Bruno De Carmo currently in the car right now. They've impressed me, Bill. They seem to be getting consistent podiums and showing that they're going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the regular series this year.
Cannot wait for the regular series to start. These guys are...
And we got a pass for the lead, actually. De Carmo looking around the outside, up in Lecombe. There's a little bit of contact between himself and Jesus Cecilia. He is not waiting around. He wants a win this year in the qualifying series.
Yeah, I think he's worried about what's happening behind him. He has no time to be patient right now because Ramiro is coming back there in the third place car, so he'd like to get this done.
Dark Antigo stays cool, managing to hold off, but that little bit of a battle lost about half a second to Ramiro and G-Tros Orange. And I think Ramiro is going to be bringing Pure Racing Team Blue along with him.
Talk about the manufacturers. The Audis are running 1 through 7. The next car that's not an Audi, surprisingly, is the Mercedes in there for Triton Racing.
That's Camille Franzak, who's actually very close behind Yassine Babert at the moment. Threatening, but not able to make a move right now. This is for the 7th position between these two. Just behind them, that's the car of Mari Carisoja, who's just kind of giving a watchful eye, seeing how this is going to play out. Nice draft for Camille, closing up on the back of that Audi, up into Blanchemont. Both cars looking nice and tidy through there, staying on track. But not enough of a run. He's going to have to coming from a long way back, and no, he's going to stay in line into the bus stop. And that's something we haven't been able to touch on yet. I mentioned staying clean coming through Blanchemont, Sean. They have an incident limit in this 4-hour race, and I know in the pre-race, some drivers talking to me were saying they're very worried about being able to make it without a DQ.
Yeah, it's easy to get a wheel off here. Blanchemont being a good example. You're trying to run wide open through there, and that's a tough proposition because if you get just off on just a touch to the right there, you're going to incur one of those X's, and it's not hard to rack them up here. We know that, Joe. I talked about the hours, the amount of time we put in at certain tracks. This is certainly one of them. It is certainly easy to pick up the X here, and you're going to have to watch yourself today over 4 hours to avoid that DQ.
Incident limits would almost be adjusted according to the track. What is easy at one track is almost impossible at another one. Certainly Spa, it just asks you to pick up X's.
Well, they did at least adjust it for the extra time that they added. I believe this is more than the 3-hour races.
Yeah, it's still a lot of battling going on back here. 22nd, 23rd place, Patrick Rawl, just still fighting right now with Vincenzo Amico. they've been at each other for a couple of laps now, and in that mix, just behind them, JJ Nylon, their Glacier Racing BES, kind of watching the show.
Yeah, it certainly seems like these guys have got a bit of a train behind them. It looks like at least 7 or 8 cars backed up there.
Yeah, it is quite a train, actually. They've all managed to stay right with each other and jockey for position every now and again. But a clean battle. None of them have gotten off track yet.
So right now they head through Stavelot onto the backstretch that leads them to Blancpain. They're trying to chase down Tom Valentini and Jim Racing Yellow, but no success quite yet. They've got a ways to go to catch him.
Yeah,
Valentini, right on board with Jakob.
I was going to say Valentini's actually putting down some really good laps right now. He's been able to, he was in that pack, he's been able to separate himself.
Oh, we just saw 2 wide through Blancpain between Jakob and, who was that he was battling with? I'm trying to find. Looks like Vincent Lherbier, pardon me. That takes some guts trying to go 2 wide through that very, very fast corner, even in these GT3 cars with the downforce and traction control that they've got. It can be so easy to lose it on that corner as now we watch them head down the hill towards Eau Rouge. This is about mid-pack that these guys are battling, right about in the exact middle of the field. Just look at how many cars are out there. Thankfully, with this being a much longer circuit than we saw at Brands Hatch last week, or last round, I should say, they should have an easier time sorting themselves out.
Let's take a quick look at 5th position. It keeps heating up. I think something's going to happen here in a minute. This is Heusenfeld Core Motorsports in the number 66 car. They're running in 5th, just ahead of Odox Motorsports Samsung. For Heusenfeld, it is Angelo Michael, Michel, and in 6th place there it's Mark Perez. They've been hunting each other down. The top 10, Joe, pretty much after the initial lap where things got a little crazy, pretty much now they're settling down, getting into a rhythm.
I think these are the drivers that realize they need a little bit of space and they need time for strategy to play out before they try and push things. Although we did see Bruno for iRacing Brazil make a go at Dark Antigo unsuccessfully, but boy, it was aggressive.
Right, and then after that, he's settled down. In fact, they've been minding the gap back to 3rd place. So up front where I've been watching, it's a little more peaceful than I think what Sean has had his eye on back there in the ugliness.
Well, go back to 26th place, Jacob Brzezinski. He's in a battle right now with Vincent Lehebert for Vendaval Sim Racing Azul. And tell you what, Jacob is trying to, right here in the chicane, the bus stop here, going to make his way through, looks at that inside line and going to take the position, going to try and cross him over. Vincent right side by side as they came across the line, down to LaSource.
Vincent has a nose ahead around the outside, used that undercut nicely, but it looks like it's going to backfire on him as now Jacob finally gets by him. Still side by side though, Vincent with Ricardo Silva for BSR J Blanco Team Black. They got to sort this out before Eau Rouge, and they do. Ricardo gives up on that game of chicken.
Had to. He didn't have the line there that he needed to get through. You do not want to get offline there.
Well, now he's got the draft on him coming up the Kemmel Straight. Just behind them, you're seeing some side-by-side between Angelo Pulhar and Sam Michaels. And it looks like Sam is going to come out ahead in his white Merc. That gives him 28th position.
Joe just up ahead of them. Nylander and Rawl going at it now. That's that name, Patrick Rawl, Bonsai Motorsports, and brought up that name several times now.
You can see up towards the front of this train that we've been kind of watching. This is where most of the entertainment has been since we've gotten about 5 laps in. And look at the run from Jakob just behind him. This is a driver on the move. We've seen him make a couple of overtakes now. He looks to the inside, not shy to try it into Fagnes. It's going to switch back. Can he cut him off? He's got the line, and he does it. Brzezinski now up into 24th. And I think these guys are actually trying to simply make up ground from what they had lost before. They started in 25th, so they are only up 1 from the start. They must have fallen back from some of the chaos that happened. Seventh, things are getting a little bit close. We were watching this earlier. Camille Franzak with Yassine Beber. Camille in the Triton Racing Mercedes, the highest of the Mercedes at the moment, hunting him down. He can't keep his eyes ahead too much because in his mirrors, Matti Katasoha and Vindeval is not too far behind.
Yeah, Katasoha for Vanderbilt Sim Racing has been right there as well, falling back a little bit. Try as he might, that Mercedes just can't seem to get around the Audi that's in front of him.
Just a quick report, Sailors in 37th, Carlos de Guys is off the track. They are in the pit. It's an early pit stop. I don't see any damage on the car. Well, a little bit of right side damage.
It's definitely earlier than we were told of what the optimal strategy. From what we heard, 20 laps is the fewest you're going to be able to go with a 3-stop, which is the only option as far as most of the drivers have been concerned.
Maybe this is in the front part of the window. They might be able to come in and then run long to get there.
From what I heard, 20 was the shortest they can do if they do a short stint, though.
I understand.
Not sure that this is going to be the right call with us only being on lap 9. Let's go back to that battle for 7th, though, because Camille still holding on to the back. The Merc, sometimes compared to the BMW, not a really top-end car, but a good all-around car, kind of average, never really excelling in any one place. We ride on board just on the hood. Following the Audi of Yassine Beber, Team GTNF having a mixed bag this season. Getting some great finishes, running into trouble once or twice. Good draft, good exit coming up from Camille. Closes up down into the braking of the bus stop, but just not close enough to make an attempt. Can he get the traction coming out of the chicane? Not quite enough. Once again, that Audi able to defend with just good traction. Whoa, 22nd. We got some problems here. Let's see what happened on the replay. Simone gets a little loose. That inside wall found him in a hurry. One of those times that you're thankful that this is sim racing and not real racing. Let's watch on board. He's already got a little bit of damage in that Thrustmaster Movano Black. You can see the rear. He already starts to lose it early in the corner. Took a little bit too much curb, and that sent him around.
Guys, we talked about Jacob Brzezinski. He is still on the charge. He just got by J.J. Nylander on the last lap heading through Blancpain. Actually, just behind that incident we just watched on the replay. But now here comes Nylander up Kemmel Straight. Going to try and get side by side with him. No, not going to do it. Going to try and cross him over. Maybe. No. Nylander going to have to settle to stay right behind him. But Brzezinski on the move, guys. Now up to 22nd.
Wondering if they didn't get the qualifying that they wanted. They certainly seem to have pace in the race. And look at him stack up, heading down Rivage. Nylander's got trouble with Raul and Le Herbier just behind him. Whoa, very loose moment for Raul. Tries to gather it together. They're going to go side by side down into Pouhon. Vincent out-braving him to the inside. Takes a position. Gutsy stuff.
Raul keeping it close, though. Still on the attack.
I think these guys are leaving nothing. They're using every bit of pace that they've got in these early stages with the way these cars are getting loose in some corners. drivers in Audis at the moment in this battle. It's a Merc behind them. That's Sam Michaels for R4R Motorsports. And though these cars are all similarly paced, they all have very different attributes, Sean. We were hearing that with the track having so many fast corners and whatnot, tire wear is a big concern with the difference in tire wear, the way that they work out between stints.
Yeah, definitely big differences. And, Brzezinski, in fact, in a BMW, putting the Merc and the Audi behind him. So the BMW is showing a little bit more straight line power than we thought it might have had. But, yes, you talk about tire wear. It's going to be a little different on these cars. Going to be some different strategies played out because of that. So the window for pit stops going to probably be opening here, I'd say probably about the next 15 to 20 minutes for this first round of pit stops.
And that car that we saw in the background exiting the pits is the Sailors team. That's Carlos Diegues, who is coming out now. I wonder, is that the same driver that was in the car before? Maybe they had...
It was, yeah. Now, Carlos was in the car before, and they had significant damage on the right side as I got back there and looked at the car. I think they had to come off the track, to be honest with you, Joe. I don't think that car was handling.
That makes more sense then. So this was unscheduled for them.
Hey, I just want to go. We'll go to 28th place right now. This is Team Chimera. They just made a move. Let's look at 29th here as the car's beginning to drop. This is Marin Kolek racing in 30th position for Orion Racing Team 2. He's in a battle and they touch. I can see it coming. That was Andres Likem for MSP Drivers Home 3.
We're going to watch the replay. Thankfully, he didn't hit anything after he got touched there, but wow, he's not going to be happy about that one.
He got
brave stuff from the car trying to overtake.
Once, that turned him loose, then got touched in the front to straighten him out, so hopefully the suspension is okay. The reason I brought this up is we watched the replay. Those were the two teams that were really the big movers there. Chimera really doing a great job. They are up about, my goodness, about 20 positions from 28th to, 40th to, or actually 48th to 28th.
Nice. 20 positions, and we're only 12 laps in.
Yeah.
That's quite a bit. However, I think a lot of that is from attrition. And we see Ben Toosting.
Well, when
having
you start
some connection problems, though.
Yeah, when you start, 48th in a field of 48, that only has one way to go.
This is true. Let's jump up to 6th position. Mark Perez on the back of Angelo Michel. He's got to run, but is he going to try and do anything? He looks to the inside, fakes him out, though. Comes back to the line and slow it down for Lacombe. Wonder how many of these drivers are going to be thinking about staying in that draft and trying to save some fuel with it. This is the closest battle high up in the field that we've got for that 5th position.
And it is a battle, Joe, but it's a very, very, very polite battle. Looks behind him now. Here comes, I say that, look at 9th position as the Mercedes is being challenged by Vanderbilt Racing White.
Carizoa done playing the popcorn position. He wants to try and move up. Isn't able to do it down into Pujan. He's close to him into Fanyes, but elects not to attempt the pass. Camille just keeping a watchful eye on his mirrors, most likely. Not taking any defensive lines, so he doesn't feel enough under threat that he's got to go offline to try and hold him off. This is going to be very telling here as they come out of Stavilo. What kind of run is he going to get? One of the highest speed sections of the course, up to Blancpain, close behind, looking for the draft and the run. They're just about even as they head towards the bus stop. I don't expect a pass attempt down into here. Little bit wide there for Camille coming into the bus stop, but still, small mistake doesn't hurt him too much, and he's able to hold on.
And even with all these battles, I think we're in for a great finish here today because the gap really isn't stretching out that we've been used to seeing sometimes in our Sunday races. It's been kind of a runaway from the leaders. That's not the case right now.
Carmo staying within 1.3 seconds. Definitely keeping him honest, although this is still early in a long race. You mentioned in one of the previous races, Bill, that it was only 20 seconds at the end between the leader and second place. That is fairly close, and I wonder if the draft is maybe making it easier to keep it tight.
After 4 hours, that's pretty much a photo finish.
We also don't have Coanda here, but...
yeah, that does manage to make the show a little more exciting.
Guys,
I guess after 2 wins earlier on Saturday, I guess I figured they didn't need to go 3 for 3.
Guys, I was going to say, just outside the top 10, some interesting things starting to develop. But we talked about Wyatt Gooden earlier. He's now up to 14th. Raul Diego, Dream Factory, still right behind him. Really not giving up a whole lot here. The battle between those two continues, but here's what's happening. Gooden has now getting ready to catch Marcus Meyer and the Trinity Motorsports Green Machine and Tobias Cerny for Team RSO. They have just about closed in on those guys. That gap before was well up over about 6 seconds. They closed it now down to just over 2 seconds, guys. And that's going to be a battle for the top 10 shaping up here real quick.
And we are just about halfway through this first stint, too. Although there are passing opportunities, you have to wonder, are there going to be drivers that are going to use strategy to try to leapfrog one another? Not even have to bother with door-to-door racing. In a track like this where you have to worry about the incident limit, I have to imagine anybody who doesn't have to go door-to-door will want to elect to use whatever strategy they can to stay away from the other cars. A 4X could be race-ending.
And Gooden out there, that's your top BMW. I mean, that's one way to give Gooden a challenge, is put him in a car put him in a BMW at Spa.
Well, he is taking this challenge with both hands, showing what he can do. Up 6 spots in the early stages.
And scanning through, Sean, have you seen a Ford or a Mercedes out there, or or a McLaren out there?
No, we do not have a McLaren in the field, and I have been challenged. No Fords in this field either. So the weapon of choice has been the Merc, Audi, and BMW today.
A little bit disappointing that we didn't get to see either of the extremes then. The McLaren MP4, known for having high tire wear, but very good at hot lapping. The Ford GT, a little bit slow on a single lap.
Yeah, but we've seen Ford GTs win this race, Joe. And
exactly,
I'm seriously disappointed that nobody's in the GT, to be honest.
Well, I would have loved to see the 2 extremes, because that would really open up the strategy. We'd see more variety. And right now, it looks like a lot of drivers kind of going that more middle-of-the-road route, except for the BMW drivers.
Well, driving that BMW is the art of survival, in my opinion. You can do a lot with that car and get a lot out of it. Certainly those familiar with it know exactly what I'm talking about. I think it's always a good choice at any track in GT class racing.
Let's hop back to Simon Povey in 21st. He's hunting down Vincenzo Amico very close behind as they head into Fagnes. This is for a top 20 position that Simon is hoping to try and overtake. Just following him as they head up into Stavolo. Apex Racing Simulators BMW not finding a spot, but if you can get the draft, that's going to help him immensely, and he does. He gets a nice run. Let's work their way up towards Blancpain. Not able to pull in enough to try and challenge. Let's see if he can get it through this corner. Both of them nice and clean, staying on the track. A little bit defensive there from the Shinya Mishimi Racing yellow car. So he's feeling the pressure. It's a nice exit coming out of the bus stop, and Manages to use the best offense as the best defense there to get him away from that BMW.
Joe, can we break away and look at another BMW real quick in 31st place? Ricardo Ferrari and the Radical Online Pirate. And he had trouble on that opening lap. And that car never went into the pit, still out there, battling right now with Andreas Lakeman in the MSP Drivers Home 3 car. And I got to be honest with you, Ricardo's still driving the wheels off of that BMW.
Well, he's driven the hood off of it. The damage is very easily visible on that Steel Series car. And wow, you talk about a comeback run.
That's Barbarian performance for you, baby.
That's what Sean said. Those BMWs, they'll keep going for you.
Well, the Radical Online's Pirates have been broadsided, but they're still going. I have to imagine they're going to take a little bit of time to get that damage repaired once they get into the pits for their first stop.
Well, they kept themselves right there in the top 30. They've only lost 3 spots from where they've started, so I'd say so far this opening stint a win for them, considering the trouble that they had early.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with that. Right now behind them, Carlos Tegues for Sailors is many laps down, so that is not for position. He's just trying to stay out of the way. Up in front of them, Andreas Lakeman under threat.
Most sailors don't like it when there's a pirate chasing.
Yeah, with them being laps down now, we won't get to see that battle. That's a little disappointing. So many jokes wasted.
Yeah. Well, there's more rounds to come. One more. Put it in the ball.
Oh, look at this, though. Ricardo all over the back of Lakeman. Or Lakem. A little bit of side-by-side behind them as well. Let's stick with this battle, though, as they come up to Blancpain. Right on the rear spoiler, but does not get the run. I think taking the air off of that front of that car ruined the opportunity for the BMW, as Ricardo now hits the brakes down into the bus stop. Going to try and get himself a little bit of a better run, not needing as much downforce in this slow speed corner. Can't quite find the grip, though. He is stuck behind this MSP Drivers Home 3 machine. Around the source they go, now plunging back down the hill into the valley. Let's see what that hoodless BMW can do up over Eau Rouge and Radillon.
You know, the middle of the pack is still where this racing is happening. Up to 16th and Mark Elkman. And just a whole host of cars right behind him. Tom Valentini, Julian Offray, Ian Ford, Vincenzo Amico, Simon Povey. I mean, it's a battle and it's intense every lap. These guys running up on each other and looking for an opportunity to pass and then backing out of it. And just a really, really great race is that the window starts to, in my estimation here, is going to be opening really soon. And positioning yourself on the track right now, important as you set up for that first pit stop today.
As we watch this battle, you can see a fray a little bit under threat from Ian Ford. And Bill, we like to call him airfare, but he's not flying as high as we're used to seeing him in other cars.
No, we've seen a lot of them in the MX-5. He was very competitive, the French driver in the MX-5 World Tour. You know, Sean is absolutely right. What you're watching back there, the battling going on, it's not nearly what's happening up front. Even though they're racing close together, they're happy to stay in line for the most part. Not many position changes, but the stuff going on mid-pack is very ferocious.
And while we're watching this ferociousness, a real quick top 10 rundown since we've passed that first half-hour mark. Jesus Cecilia, still our leader, but it's not by a lot, about just under 2 seconds back to second place in iRacing Brazil's Bruno de Carmo. Then in third, rounding out the podium, 3 more seconds back, it's G-Tross Orange with Alavro Ramiro, Fourth, Jonas Vollmeyer for Pure Racing Team Blue. Ways back, a big gap back to 5th position, Mark Perez and Odox Samsung number 30. They are in 5th position at the moment. Angelo Michel behind them in 6th, not too far back for Hoisingfeld Core Motorsports. Yassine Babert also holding on. He's having to fend off 8th place Camille Franzac for Triton Racing. And then in 9th is Matti Katisoha, who was challenging him a little bit earlier, we saw, but he's backed off now. Not able to try and overtake him quite yet. And then you got another gap back to Andrew Call. That 10th position, just rounding it out, in Aerologitech number 726.
And Joe, that has been the standings pretty much since lap 2. I don't think there's been a pass in the top 10 since we've gotten going.
I think these top guys really are trying to settle in for this long race, see what the drivers around them have in terms of pace. Maybe some of them, I wonder if they're trying to conserve tires a little bit, just hold off, maybe attempt a no tire stop. We were told that it's going to be very difficult. The car is going to lose control a little bit later on with a lack of grip. And they're going to be a little bit slower, but potentially some drivers have used it to good effect in the past, so some of them could try it yet again.
Yeah, this is what we're looking at. It looks like a real close battle, but it's a little misleading because they've been racing like that for, well, the entire time. The only pass I've really seen in the top 10, Gitros SST Orange was able to get around Pure Racing Team Blue for 3rd place, but that happened real early. Other than that, it's been pretty much, let's just get to the first stop.
Oh, let's go back to 8th position. Camille Franzac looking to the inside, down into La Source. Is this going to be a serious attempt? No.
Nope, that's his peak. He does that. I think the way he wants to get around is by the driver in front of him making a mistake.
Go ahead.
I was going to say back to 13th place, Wyatt Gooden just picked off Marcus Meyer and Trinity Motorsports Green as they just got out of La Source and now make their way down here to Ready On. Meyer keeping it close, but it was Wyatt Gooden that got by on the last lap, guys. Up to 13th place.
It's got to be hard for Gooden, that Texas driver, to make any kind of distance away in that BMW.
I think he got a cut course.
Yep.
Pulls offline and he lifts.
Yeah, back to work, Wyatt.
It's interesting. It didn't look like he cut too much. Let's look at the replay. Maybe it was at the bottom of the hill here? Yeah, that might be the case because over the top, yeah, it doesn't look like he was too far left.
Yeah, bizarre. I'm thinking maybe it was at the bottom of the hill there. It, just like you said, he got just a couple of tires off. That might have incurred the penalty. It's got to be the only reason he pulled over like that, though.
Certainly seems to be the case. Well, like you said, hard work to do all over again as Gooden now down to 15th position.
We jinxed him. I jinxed him.
The curse is real, Sean.
Yes.
You worked so hard, Sean, to get that pass done.
There's we switch to 14th, Raul Diago, just ahead of Gooden. He's got Marcus Meyer ahead of him. Wondering if Merck versus Merck can make anything happen. Doesn't take a look quite yet. I was actually on someone else I was about to call. That's Camille Franzac, who once again proves Bill's call that he's just kind of taking a look but not trying anything until he gets a serious error from the car in front.
Yeah, it's a half offensive, but I think it's as much a defensive move. Just doesn't want to get past as well.
I think he's playing mind games. I think he's trying to get into the head of Yassine. Just every so often, I have to wonder. It's almost like if you're throwing a ball at someone and you keep not throwing it to make them flinch. It's like that. If he does it enough times, he's not going to flinch, and then when he doesn't flinch, he can make the move.
It reminds me of a little sister saying, "I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you." It's like this being a pesky. And it's really cheesing off the commentator because I have to keep an eye on it the entire time because I don't want to miss the pass.
Stop touching me.
Oh, those psychological games. Racing so much a mental sport. It can be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Scoot up a couple spots. You kind of have the same thing going on here for 5th position as well.
As Angelo Michel, we watched them a little bit earlier on. We haven't checked in a while, but they still seem to be holding position. Mark Perez and Odox, number 30.
Boy, you almost got to say back in fourth place, Jonas Wallmeyer having the quiet drive of the race for Pure Racing Team Blue. You're sitting there in fourth. You got plenty of distance behind you back to fifth. And, well, third place is really just right up in front of you. You don't have to dig too hard at this point because, listen, things look pretty good up there. There's nothing in front of you, nothing around you, and it's just right now you and the track. And you just got to focus on getting to that first pit stop right now.
And I have a feeling there are some drivers that like that type of race, Sean, that they're just like, I don't want to be distracted by everybody else around me. We're going to run our strategy, run our own race, and they're great when they can stay focused like that.
Yeah, it's almost the comfort of a practice session.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to almost kind of approach it like that. Again, there's no real reason to dig too hard in front of them. Right now, again, the focus just getting that car to the first pit stop.
Looking at my timing sheet, everybody kind of spreading apart now, it seems. Seen very few under half a second within each other.
Leaders now coming up around Marco Luca Abate's. Interesting to call his name back that we've done so many GSRC broadcasts where he's racing for the lead. Currently running in 40th position right now. Car's seen better days. I think the back wing looks a little bit crumpled.
Yes, he's already been lapped by our leader, Jesus Cecilia. Next up is going to be Bruno De Carmo, who's closing in.
But it won't be long till the leaders, well, it'll be a little while, but when they do start to get traffic, they're going to find traffic because, there's a great battle going on for 34th position right now. So when they do get there, it's going to take a little work to get around.
Well, the good news for the leaders is they've got basically half a track between themselves and 34th. So it's going to be that battle might be long gone by the time they reach it.
And Sean, we started off pretty hectic. Amjet was hitting the replay button a lot, trying to sort everything out, but things have kind of calmed down here after we got through that first lap nonsense. Whoops.
Yeah, we've gone from an all-night rave to Sunday brunch at the country club, sir.
That's exactly what's happened.
Belgian waffles and some crepes, maybe.
Yes. Okay, now you got me thinking of several combinations.
Sorry, I should have mentioned food. Well, there must have been a mistake up in 5th position. Mark Perez has a train behind him. Not just Angelo Michel, but Yassine Beber has caught them. Camille has come along, and Madi Kadi Soha. All of them in a line. Not close enough for anybody to make a move yet, but look at this. As now you can see them all come together in this shot here. All 5 cars. This draft is going to continue to crunch them together closer till someone decides it's time to make a move.
Yeah, I think that was all the Bears do. Oh my goodness, look at the angle that the 9th place car took a long way around the source there. I think that was all the Bears doing there is he kind of pulled the 3 guys who were chasing him right up into these guys. Now this one may not be quite, I'm not sure Beber's going to be, he's got the pace. He may not sit back here. This may actually be a good battle.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him to maybe make a go at some point along here. Look at him close in. Great under braking down into Leclerc. Really reduces the gap up to Angelo Michel. And now he is right on that rear spoiler. It's going to be Audi versus Audi. Sometimes a passing spot down into Rivage, but not close enough into that downhill braking zone.
The Bear also has the incentive to put some type of cushion between him and his annoying little sister that's been pestering him for the last. So if he can get around Michelle, then he say you deal with that guy back there. So
say plunge down through Puhan. Another corner with lots of paved runoff that can be so easy to just rack up incident after incident. And especially at this high level, once you get into the top 10, Bill, you can't leave too much leeway at the edge of the track. You have to be using every little inch.
Yeah, you do. You have to use the entire track, but then you have 4 hours, so you got to be careful as far as incidents goes. I can give you a little bit of a rundown on who's been using up incidents as we go through here. It's kind of unofficial, but the leaders have been up there quite a bit.
We got a battle for the top 20 here, guys. Ian Ford moves into 20th spot, takes it from Simon Povey. Ford for ERA, NPMS 725, up 12 spots to get that 20th spot. Been working it for several laps. Again, gets by the Apex Racing Simulators machine to Simon Povey. Jacob Brzezinski right there in the mix, guys, still hanging on in 22nd place. These three duking it out.
Oh, and look at Jacob
Brzezinski
making a move around the outside. Jacob comes in, outbrakes him, almost gets into the back of Povey, but manages to thread the needle. What a move by this car. The Feeder Ragnar Simulator team has got a stunner in there, just taking spot after spot. And we are now into our pit window. Pure Racing Team Yellow. Mark Elkeman brings it in, takes it down the long pit lane. I've heard that there is a 60-second bogey just to run through. I'm not sure if that is accurate, though. We didn't get a full confirmation. Regardless, this is one of the longest, if not the longest, pit lane in the series.
And you got to be really careful at the drive-through window there, Joe, when you make that right-hander to get down to the pit lane.
For those not familiar, we have seen absolutely bizarre incidents around that hairpin in other series. If you get a chance, go back and watch, I think it was Season 3 in Autobahn, where a car actually clipped the inside, got turned sideways, and blocked the entire entrance.
And couldn't actually move. It was like your line about it being Austin Powers was exactly what it was.
Yeah. Had to escape, use the escape key in the pit lane, of all places. So yeah, you gotta treat that with some respect. You gotta practice running down the pit lane. Usually, Sean, we talk about practicing pit entry and pit exit, not actually just taking the pit lane itself.
Yeah, no, exactly. You almost need a GPS device to get through the pit lane here at Spa.
Here we watch second place DeCarmo, still kind of all by his lonesome. And I tell you what, Angelo Michel once again was closing up on the back of Perez. He had the fire lit under him after he had Babert close up and has gapped him just a little bit. And Babert once again having to deal with Franzak, but they spread apart as they come out of the bus stop and everybody getting themselves a little bit of room. Meanwhile, Vollmeyer coming in from 4th position. His strategy now taking effect. I think we're seeing some drivers starting to split this into even parts instead of having a short stint somewhere along the line. I think, yes, if I understand, with 28 being the max, 22, 23 laps, that's going to be splitting up into 4 even stints. Don't ask us to do too hard a math, though, in the booth. Now, something may have happened to Elkman because he hasn't left his pit stall yet.
Joe, quick update. You talked about that bogey in a minute, was right at about 58 seconds for Pure Racing Team Blue to the pit stop there. So, yeah, quite a trip into the stall.
And Elkman has gotten out of the car. Maximilian Vinnig is in that machine. This is, of course, a team series. To qualify to get points, you do have to have at least 2 drivers run this race. Vinnig still stationary, though. I'm trying to think if they had any contact with another car that we saw along the line, and I can't recall any.
He's been running he was running, unless he picked up something around one of the lone back mark they had to get around. I'll double check.
Well, Vendaval Sim Racing's still in there too. They've been in for about 3.5 minutes now.
We're hearing that this is standard length time, so that they're about 61 seconds in the box here.
And about really, this is interesting. A minute 1 in the box, 2:2 from 2 minutes 2 seconds from cone to cone. So Joe, you were talking about 60 seconds on pit lane. There it is.
Nearly an entire lap. Fast guys doing about 2:16s around here. Meanwhile, Yassine Beber is in for his pit stop, bringing it down to the line, getting it slowed up. And Camille, the pesky sister, as has been dubbed by Bill, comes in. Boy, I love one thing that I love that has advanced in iRacing since I joined, I guess 7 years ago now. Bill, is the dirt and grime buildup on these cars. In these endurance races, it's just so cool to see the difference between that shiny new car at the start and all looks like it has been through a race by the end of it.
And after 4 hours, they're going to be looking.
They're going to have
looking
to get the
pretty dirty, yeah. And not only that, also the track too picks up dirt after 4 hours. Spa not quite as bad as some of them, although there are a few corners where it gets very, very sandy here.
Yeah, I don't know if we focused on the dirt buildup out of No Name.
Right,
Yeah,
that's the spot.
Yeah, traditionally there's a lot of buildup out of No Name, and I don't know if we've seen as much there today as we've seen in the
Sean,
past.
I agree. I was looking at that too. Usually by this point it's awful by now, but there's a ways to go. Maybe it's just the wind is blowing the right direction today.
That's true, yeah. We haven't looked at the wind.
Well, let's see, the winds are out of the east right now. About 14.5 miles an hour, so it's pretty windy.
Yeah, that might have something to do with it. We've seen many times right out of No Name where that one section can just get atrocious.
Sean, I'm picturing you licking your finger and sticking it out the booth. Trying to figure that out. So, as some drivers continue on, elect for a little bit of a longer first stint, some of them looking for that even layout between their stints. Haven't seen anybody go ultra short, at least that we caught coming down the pit lane for a 20-lap first stint. Here we're watching Andrew Call, who's got quite a bit of pressure from Miko Nakila and Jim Racing Black. Another car just ahead of them peeling off into the pit lane. That's Matty Soha for Vendaval White. Let's see, who is our highest pitter right now? Looks like Pure Racing Blue. And to give you an idea of how much of a penalty you incur by coming into the pits, Venig is down in 33rd at the moment. Highest pitter right now. He was certainly not that far back from what I recall. In fact, he started in 3rd position. Yes, he pitted from 4th down to 33rd. So
right, yeah. If you'll take a look at 34th position here, this is Jean-Philippe Lecombe racing for Team GTNF. This is the number 1 team. They were racing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7th position. That's the one where he was able to put a little bit of distance behind his pesky sister there.
Yeah, took over for Beber.
Right. So now there's about 3 seconds gap back to the guy who was chasing them in the 191 car.
Interestingly, Camille has stayed in that machine, the Triton Mercedes.
You know, guys, going back to Wyatt Gooden, who's now in 12th as the pit stops, you know, he never got those 2 spots back. He's remained behind Raul Diego and Marcus Meyer and just kind of patiently sitting back there. I wonder if that slowdown, I wonder if maybe he picked up a few incidents early when he was digging hard and decided to back off things just a bit and take it easy here until he gets his first pit stop.
And this could be a fuel strategy call. This could be something where he had his go and he made up the positions, but when he made the mistake, maybe the crew chief got on there and said, just cool out. We don't need to be fighting these guys too hard because they're just going to reel you back into the draft. Speculation, though.
All right, now here's an interesting. Let's go to 32nd position right now, and these guys are making their stops, and I think coming out between the two cars there, did not we have that?
Yeah, Kadi Soha managed to jump Camille. Yeah. So great pit stop by Matti Kadisoha has allowed them to get one position. We'll see where that plays out once pit stops are totally clear. And one thing we should talk about too is because we finally had confirmation from staff. I know there's been a lot of debate on the iRacing forums about whether pit stops are affected by your position. Staff has said that it is all random and that the position in the pit stall has no effect on it. So this is all basically down to their virtual pit crews on whether or not they got out ahead. Although some of it is affected, Bill, by whether or not they got in and out well in the braking zone.
Got a lot of teams starting to come in now here. Jacob Brzezinski's in. That's Peter Ragnar. Got Shinya Bacini's in now.
Curious to see if they keep Jacob in the car with all the excitement that he's been giving us so far this race. Here you can see the Feeder Ragnar simulator team in there, and it looks like, I think Jacob's staying in. He hasn't exited yet, and he's been in his pit stall for a while. Well, look at this. Alvaro Ramiro starting to pressurize Bruno De Carmo just a little bit for second position. He's run him down.
This battle may end right here, though. Let's see. No, they're both going to stay out. I almost got to think that maybe the smart move would have been for the yellow car to come in on that one.
I think they're doing the longest stint possible, so we should see at the end of lap 28, from what we've heard, that's the farthest they can go on fuel.
Okay,
Look
and
at
Michelle Huskenfeld just pulled. Well, I'm sorry, it wasn't Huskenfeld that pulled off. My bad, guys. That was actually Odox. Mark Perez comes off the track. He was in 5th.
All right, that Audi in for his stop now. But I was about to say, Ramiro, now within the draft, is closing in at a rapid rate. He's within 0.4 of De Carmo. He's going to get a little bit more of a pull down the Kemmel Straight up into Lacombe. He takes a little bit of a look, but he is way far back. There's no way he's making a pass from there. Closes in now to within 0.3 through the chicane.
You know, we've kind of seen this strategy before where drivers sometimes take it easy through the first 3/4 of their stint, and then when they get to that last quarter, they really start to put it down. I wonder if that's maybe what Ramiro is doing here.
Save the tires, and then once you get to the end, use them up.
Okay,
kind of like a... Go ahead, Sean.
I was just going to say, your top 9 still out on track. Top 10 still out on track, not taking their pit stops yet.
I remember when I was playing basketball in high school, when I'd see the guy check in to come in for me, and he's waiting to come in, I knew the next time the ball was dead, I was coming out of the game. That's when players like to shoot, and I kind of think that's what's going on right here. He's kind of getting those last shots before he's going to be put on the bench.
Well, they both should be coming in for a pit stop. We should be seeing pretty much everyone emptying their tanks at this point here around Spa-Francorchamps. If you're just joining us, this is round 5 of the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series. This is the qualifying rounds to figure out who makes it into the 2017 series. And right now, Jesus Cecilia approaching the pit lane, and he comes in. Bruno De Carmo comes in. Alvaro comes in. Top 3 all in the pit lane now. This is going to be a critical stop for G-Tross Orange and for iRacing Brazil. They were so close when they came in. A good stop, a good entry into your pit stall could make the difference between 2nd and 3rd. Meanwhile, Nico Nakila is staying out. And Angelo Michel is staying out. A couple of cars thinking they can make it one more lap. I think, was Michel in the draft of another car? Or was he leading? I think he was drafting for a fair bit.
Let's quickly look at 20th position. This team did not have a great pit stop. When they came in, they were running in 5th position. And right now, they filed out behind all the cars that were ahead of them there. That were behind them before they came in. Trident Racing.
Odox Motorsports Samsung number 30. Andrew Rodriguez in the car. There's Matty Carisoja.
Yeah, the number 30 car. They came out behind the Trident machine, behind the Vendaval Sim Racing white machine.
All right, highest pitter right now, Maximilian Venig. Pure Racing Team Blue. Let's see where he is once we have our leaders come back out. Looks like Jesus Cecilia for Dar Contigo is going to stay in that lead car. In the meantime, Brazil has Neto Nascimento get into the car. We've seen him race before. We know that he's quick. G-Tross Orange has David Mata getting in the machine. So 2 of our top 3 taking their driver swap in this first stint. Venig now coming down the hill. There we see them stationary. Our top 3 drivers. Are they going to get jumped here? I think they might.
I think they might.
4th place might be going to first. Here he goes. He gets around Cecilia. A short first stint is going to give him the lead.
Miko Makilia coming around for Jim Racing Black. Gonna see if they take their pit here. It's gonna be close.
Nascimento is out. Mata is out. Michelle is now in.
Yep. Jim Racing Black in. Almost clips the wall coming in too.
Only other drivers that have not pitted are Ian Ford and Michael Shetler, I'm seeing. That's Indigo Racing BES for Michael, and Ian is in the Era MPMS 725. Ford comes in. He's going to relinquish that 3rd place away. And that means that once Michael comes in, which should be right about now as he comes up to the bus stop, Indigo Racing BES car does in fact come in. That is, all cars have now taken their pit stops, and we'll get a feel for where they sit after this first set of pit stops.
Wow, and some really, really good, precise pit stops being thrown down, to be honest with you, Joe. Just based on, where they all came back out on track together. You see different drivers, but some of the same battles still sitting out there together amongst teams.
Now, one of the things that we should mention too, Bill, is even though Pure Racing Team Blue has taken the lead, they're probably going to have to give that time back a little bit once they take a regular stop, because they've now taken a short one, and that's what helped them leapfrog, as now they come down and they should be able to lead this next lap when they come across the line. There they go. They have cycled up into first.
So they were in 4th when the cycle started, and they've worked their way up. They are the big winners. We can stay with this a little bit longer here. We can run down, once everybody cycles through, how the top 10 sorted themselves out.
Yes, this will give us a much better picture. Still waiting on Miko Makila to come out of his pit stall. Same thing with Ian Ford. No driver swap in those teams. Michael Shetter also staying in the car, and actually he's already out. And it looks like everybody is cycling out now. So let's go through our top 10. Maximilian Venig, Pure Racing Blue, overtakes the lead on strategy at the moment. Jesus Cecilia He's not too far behind, only about 4 seconds between first and second. The Dark Antigo Racing Team currently holding down P2. Neto Nascimento, he's hopped in the car, taken over for our first driver there of Bruno De Carmo in iRacing Brazil. He is in third position. David Mata has also overtaken for his teammate. That was Alvaro Ramiro and that machine for G-Tross Orange. He sits in fourth. Jean-Philippe Lacombe, GTNF, took over for Yassine Babert. He is in the fifth position. Marikari Soha in at sixth, just behind him, still being a pesky little sister. Camille Franzac currently sitting in a seventh for Triton Racing, and Andrew Rodriguez in eighth. Angelo Michel stayed in the car for Husingfeld Core, and they're going to come out in ninth. And Tobias Zerny, he is in Team RSO BGT, and he rounds out our top 10 here after 1 hour is over here in round 5 of the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series. With that top 10 rundown, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after a moment. We're only 1 hour into this 4-hour race here at Spa-Francorchamps. Welcome back to Spa-Francorchamps. We're watching round 5 of the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series. Here are the winter qualifiers for the 2017 season. On screen, we saw a little bit of a battle during the break between Vincent Amico and Miko Makila. That is for the 17th position now. It was for 18th, and must have gone by somebody over the break that we had missed. A little bit of a few pass attempts from Vincenzo in the Shinya Michimi Sim Racing yellow car, but hasn't been able to work his way past that Audi yet. Going a little wide coming out of no-name corner, and that's going to cost him some time. If you're just joining us, our leader right now is Maximilian Venig and Pure Racing Team Blue. They took that position after the first round of pit stops on strategy. Most of the race has been led by Jesus Cecilia. He led since the green, but because he went longer on his first stint, Maximilian was able to overtake that Audi. Dar Contigo Racing Team is that, well, currently white car on our screen. On mine, I'm seeing a white, yellow, and black paint scheme. Unfortunately, looks like we didn't be able to get that one to load up. You see third place hold down by Neto Nascimento. Go ahead, Sean.
Joel Guez in Gecko Vortex Racing Machine lets the Radical Online Steel Series car, now driven by Pawa Ledwan, taking over for Wyatt Gooden. That car up another spot now into 13th place.
Mr. Real Timing himself, once again finding some screen time with us. Radical's Online Steel Series car. Powell overtook for Wyatt Gooden in that BMW, and boy, he has also seen some screen time. Had some great passes, had to give them back earlier on, but strategy has helped them out since then in the first stops. Let's see what Powell can do.
Well, what he's doing right now is moving forward. They, remember, they were battling with the Dream Factory car and the Trinity Motorsports car. Now, Raul Diego stayed in that car, and he's still in 14th place, just behind here. So they all came back out on track just about at the same time, still battling. Now, the Trinity Motorsports green car, Dirk Reinhardt got in. He's now driving. He's holding down.
Let's go back to 18th. Vincent going around the outside, down into Ravage. Late defensive move from Miko. The milkman not ready to take the delivery quite yet. And as he holds him off down into no-name corner, this has allowed the car of Jakub Brzezinski, another driver who's made some great moves today, to close up on these guys. Let's see if we can get a three-way battle going for 17th. Good run coming out of Puhan by Jakub. Not enough to make a go down into Fanyes. They all come together as they accordion towards each other in this chicane. And this is going to be a critical turn. Oh, a little bit hard into the corner for Vincenzo. I think he closed in when they got to the corner and then lost ground coming out of it. This could be critical for Jakub Brzezinski. The Feeder Ragnar Simulator BMW closes in, coming up to Blancpain. He's got to get another good run coming around this corner. He does. A little bit of a wobble coming from Vincenzo out of the corner. He stays defensive, pulls back to the line. He makes it into a move, goes past the car ahead of himself. They bang doors, still side by side, coming through the second apex of the bus stop. Gets the run off the corner. What I thought was going to be defensive, the Shinya Michimi Racing Yellow picks up a position. Great stuff. Wow. Thought for sure that was a big mistake coming out of Blancpain for Vincenzo.
Yeah, it was pretty dicey, man.
Talk about making lemonade out of lemons. And meanwhile, Jakub is staring at a different car thinking, what do I have to do to get this BMW in front of these guys? And he gets a great run coming up over Radillion. I'm wondering if there's even going to be a cut course for Miko. He was very far off on that curb, but it looks like no such luck for Jakub. He still sticks his nose to the inside, uses the superior braking of that BMW to sneak on by. That's 2 positions in less than a lap for Jim Racing Black. Not the kind of progress that Miko was hoping for now that he has hopped in that car. Now that that battle has settled down just a little bit, let's go to Bill. You've been watching 5th place.
Yeah, not quite as frantic of what you were just watching back there, but the car running in 5th position right now, that's Team GTNF, really making a move as Matty Katasoha there trying to get around him for Vanderbilt Racing White. I actually think he's trying to get this pass done because he's being pressured by Trident Racing back there in that final spot. I really think this is a legitimate passing attempt by these guys. And look at what that Mercedes, it's really incredible, the closing rate that the under braking that Mercedes has. Doesn't get off the corners very well compared to the Audis. And getting into the mix, this is soon going to be a 4-car battle as Andrew Rodriguez is coming in there too for Odox Motorsports.
Yeah, he's been closing in on these guys, but he's not quite close enough. If he can get a whiff of the draft, that might help him up the Kimmel Straight. Let's see what he can do through Eau Rouge. Everybody up and over the hill, nice and clean. Now it's on the power all the way down to Lacombe.
As you look on that there, you see coming into your screen, that 4th car is really probably the car that's on the fastest out of all those guys. Odox, remember they were running up front. They had a horrible pit stop. They lost about 3 or 4 positions in the pit cycle. So I think they're trying to make this back. So this is going to heat up.
Rodriguez now down to about 1 second. Also interesting to note that our leader, remember it was about 4 seconds when the pit stops were through. Jesus Cecilia has now chopped it down to 2.5.
Yeah, Sean, it's really interesting. We kind of have to, it's like you're playing cards and you play your hand out, then you shuffle up the deck and you get a whole new hand. With the new drivers coming in, everything kind of shakes up a little bit.
Yes, it does. And okay, you know, still a lot of battling going on out here. I'm all the way back battle for 30th right now. I've got 6, 7, 8 cars stacked up right now, all trying to get up into that 30th spot, Bill, and it's a real hornet's nest back here.
There you can see 31st Tony Repoussard, Marcus Volt for Bonsai Motorsports just ahead of him. As they close up together down through Lacombe. Quite a train of cars, actually.
Yeah, Marcus Vogt at the lead of that. That's the car that Patrick Rawl was in earlier. He gave up the seat to Vogt in the Bonsai Motorsports machine. And they came out ahead pretty good. Lead that battle, but like I said, that's 30th on back. All battling for that top 30 spot right now.
Well, we were talking about things closing up front. Well, Andrew Rodriguez now within half a second of these guys. He's finally run them down, and it is indeed a 4-car battle for 5th place, trying to squeak into that top 5. As they come up over the hill, it almost looked like Matty Soho also needed a slowdown penalty, but looks like he's avoided it as well. In fact, he's closing very rapidly on Jean-Philippe Lacombe. Looks to the inside. They go side by side. In fact, they touch. Little bit of door banging. And still not giving up as they still say side by side through Malmedy. But the outside line proves to be a better one for Jean-Philippe. Now we've got Matty under attack. Has to take the outside around Rivage. On the inside, that's Camille. Been waiting for a long time to get this job done. Into No Name Corner. It switches back. He's to the outside. They bang through. He starts to lose it. Still manages to hold it on. Doesn't lose a position, but can't quite get it past Matty Katisoha. Let's look at the replay on board. Rodriguez watching this whole thing. Look at this. Great job by that Mercedes, Camille, to hold on to it. That could have so easily gone away with, from him.
Felt like I was back at Martinsville with the bootleggers last night.
Great door-to-door stuff with these guys.
Yeah,
another thing that's great about
was great.
Another thing that's great about iRacing is you don't have the repair bills when you start banging doors with these multi-million-dollar cars. Well, hundreds of thousands of dollar cars, I should say. still these guys haven't separated too much. They're all still together. And the front of the train now, Jean-Philippe Lecombe made the pass through Lecombe appropriately.
Doesn't seem fair.
I confused myself when calling it for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Got to give credit to Kade Soha. Not only did he manage to fend off the threat from Camille, but he's managed to hold on to the back of Team GT&F here, so he's still in this fight.
The Mercedes looks okay for Triton. Even after the little bumping, it looks like it's going to be all right.
Ooh, you can tell that Jean-Philippe feels under threat. He was way over defensive and then went all the way back to the line when he felt he was clear enough. Drivers are allowed to do that. Meanwhile, did something happen to Nylander? I'm trying to find him in my time in scoring. Glacier Racing BES Mercedes.
Well, I know Marcus Vogt had problem for Bonsai Motorsports. I picked that up. Lap 35.
All right, this is heading toward Blanchemont that we're watching the number 3 car. What happened here? Oh, had to take evasive action.
Oh, wow. That had to hurt.
Let's watch on board as JJ Nylander takes flight over the curb. We've seen this in real life before, Bill, where cars who've had to take evasive action or lose control, when they hit that curb.
Ow.
Wow. That had to have done serious damage to the car.
Yeah, only in movies can you put so much pressure on the front suspension to have the car keep racing. That's gonna be the end of that.
Oh, and I'm sorry, but one of our top runners, Rodriguez, he got into it with Triton Racing, Camille Franzac.
Yeah, we got into Camille Franzac.
It's about 60 seconds ago, would you say?
Yeah, just about a half a lap ago, they get into it.
This is down into Ravage. Looks like it was... might need to go a little bit farther back here. Both cars hit the wall.
Going into Ravage is where it all started.
Here we go. Up through Malmedy. We're riding on board with Rodriguez. You'll see he sees an opportunity. Battery just outbraked himself down into Ravage. Sneaks it up the inside. Or no, actually, I think maybe Triton went wide here is what happened.
Well, yeah, Triton went a little bit wide and then tried to close the door back up, and it didn't work. He was already there.
And now the pass is being made. Actually, we don't need to go. It was a pretty easy pass. They did it down the straight, but Odox has got around Triton.
Ooh, so I wonder if Triton incurred more damage out of that than Odox did. They're certainly not going to be happy. There we see it from one more angle above.
Yeah, I think the Audi probably got away. Okay, they did a good job of dancing around each other, getting the car back out there. But finally, Rodriguez able to get that car around. Remember, I said Odox was on the move. They were running fast. Let's see if they can run down now the 2 cars that are in front of them. It's a little farther away to get to those guys with the horseplay that was going on, though.
Yeah, and, we did also miss Bonsai Motorsports and Marcus Vogt. We were talking about them a couple laps ago. They had trouble getting through Eau Rouge, guys, and had a really, really bad off and destroyed the car. That was back on their lap 35.
We're seeing if we can pull up the replay of that. That was quite a bit ago. So it looks like, unfortunately, we're not able to find that incident.
Shame. And I'm sorry, guys. I caught that just as all that was all unraveling, that last incident we were replaying.
Yeah, it looks like the car got a little bit loose on entry, and when you come over the top of the hill without control, there's just no keeping it out of that tire barrier.
I can't imagine there's any coming back for the car from that. That was just a really, really hard shunt.
No free repairs in this series. However, they can repair the car and get back out there. But this late in the season, you know where you are in the points, and I'm sure they understand whether or not it's worth even trying to come back out and salvage anything. Meanwhile, we're looking at our 2 leaders, and you can see both of them together on screen, but still about 2.5 seconds, so there's been no further progress by Cecilia on Maximilian Venig. So I wonder if that was fresh tires, Bill, helping him reel him in, and now they've evened out.
Yeah, you can look at it 2 ways. The gap's about the same, so while I haven't gained any position, I also haven't lost much time either. It's just remember that car, the 75 car was leading, or I'm sorry, the 43 car was the leader before the pit stops.
Remember that Pure Racing Team Blue is going to have to make a little bit longer stops than Dark Contigo for the rest of this race, which is going to probably even it out in favor of Jesus Cecilia's team. So I don't think that Pure Racing Blue has quite sussed this one out completely, but it's a long race to go. We still have 2.5 hours left. Haven't even hit the halfway mark in this 4-hour race.
Sean, when you've been on the box doing, managing teams, is that something that you would be able to pick up, that your competitor came in early and maybe they're going to have a longer stop next time? Do you think the 43 car probably understands that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're watching what everybody is doing around you, and certainly with all the great sim racing applications that are available for monitoring those types of things, Joe Worldtime being one of them, which I use. That is certainly, I'm watching that. I want to know what those guys are doing. Certainly that's going to help me figure out my strategy too. I'm going to look for an advantage in that. I'm going to try and find the advantage in that. That's my job.
Joe, you talked about the changes in iRacing and the additions, the add-on programs that you can have, like the real timing that we can use now, are amazing. So many different avenues, broadcasting and scoring. It's amazing what iRacing has launched.
We're getting some interesting information from one of the teams here. Triton Racing apparently needs to worry about the incident limit already. So they feel like that is a worry for them. But one thing that I noticed is that though they were overtaken by the Odox car, they have been able to hold on to the back of them. The draft is allowing that Mercedes to really keep in this, but they've been caught by Tobias Cerny and RSO BGT. So wonder if it's going to get a little bit dicey once again, as that black Mercedes has gunned these guys to try and sneak his way into 7th.
Yeah, they probably had it monitored where they were, then they probably got over their limit, or where they wanted to be at with all the contact that they had going on.
Got a nice 3-car battle developing here, and a correction for myself. That is for 8th position. That's where Andrew is at the moment. And I'm pretty sure both of these cars have gotten damage that is slowing them down after that incident. The way that Tobias has closed in on the back spoiler of this Mercedes, not quite close enough yet to make a move, but I think within a lap or two he should have an opportunity.
Yeah, that car, the 97 machine, has not been in the top 10 the whole race. So looking to pick up some positions here, and yeah, he's coming pretty quick.
Even though they call this endurance racing, and it's not as big of an endurance as we see with 24-hour races, very much still important to keep the car clean. You can come up the order. Tobias, his RSO BGT team, started in 17th, now in 10th, as he goes off track a little bit, coming around Blancpain. So just keeping it together and allowing attrition to bring the race to you can sometimes mean a good finish, even in a 4-hour race. Meanwhile, back up to the lead. It is now under 2 seconds. Maximilian is losing time.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, he's coming.
Cue John Williams, because the Shark is hunting him down. We're getting close to that halfway point, less than half an hour till it comes up in this 40-hour race. Already on lap 40. Such are the lengths of these laps in what is one of the longest tracks on the iRacing service. Oh, and Cerny making the pass early. We said that he was not going to have too long before he's going to get an opportunity, and it was down into Lacombe. He got a good run. And let's look at the replay here. This is a pretty easy job. You know what? I honestly think that Team Triton saw the writing on the wall and let Camille know not to fight this one too hard. Meanwhile, has something happened to Nico Makilia?
Oh,
and actually, yeah.
Yeah, he lost it bad coming out of Radion.
Now that we've seen this replay, let's go back just a little bit. Jim Racing Black, their race is pretty much done.
Yeah, that was a hard hit, Joe.
There we see the results, and now let's look at the replay. Coming down the hill, he's just behind. That is the car of Jakob Brzezinski. But the Audi starts to get loose, yep. And once again, a correction is not enough. Unfortunately, he hits the part without the tire barriers, and whew, even in a mid-engine car, that is going to hurt some parts. Let's watch it on board. You know, I love racing this track. This is a fun one, but every time I go over Eau Rouge, Sean, it scares me just a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you're not scared, you're not racing. You're not pushing it hard enough right there, to be honest with you.
Oh, man, gap is continuing to come down. Jesus Cecilia now down to 1.2. I wonder... This can't be the end of the stint for Cecilia, unless he's doing his short one this time.
Well, Venick right now out there just over 18 laps on his stint.
Do you know if the tires start to go away towards the end of the stint, or do they even out towards the end? This is just unusual to see him start to lose it.
Go ahead, John.
Well, I was going to say I think it's more
fatigue, maybe? The driver is starting to wear out?
Yeah, maybe a loss of focus, maybe a little bit of fatigue starting to set in. You know, hey, listen, the track is really starting to come in as well, too. So, you know, overall, I think you're going to see maybe time start to back up just a little bit on some of these cars.
Bill mentioned even in this virtual world, the rubber starts to go down and the track evolves. Go ahead, Bill.
One of the biggest factors here might be Jesus Cecilia. I think he just may be running him down. Remember, that car was fast beforehand. The only reason the 004 is out there, that car was a fourth position car before the pit stop, so it's out there. It didn't have the pace to lead before. It's out there because of strategy. So I just think this may be Jesus getting in, running him down, and I wouldn't be surprised if he actually gets him here pretty quick.
I always like the quote that you give, Bill. It's not that Max is losing time, it's that Jesus is gaining time. Now down to under a second. Look as we ride on board just how close he is getting. And remember, this was on strategy, so he doesn't necessarily have to jump him right here. So this is an added blow that Jesus has got the pace and the strategy here probably.
The battle for fifth. It's Katasoya just taking it away from Lacombe.
Darn it, I'm glad we have this on replay because he's been back there. He's been back there for a long, long time, and he finally did it.
Down into the bus stop, and in fact, Jean-Philippe went defensive. You're going to see it here. He stays to the right, and still, Katasoya is able to outbrake him down in the corner, takes it clean. Now back to the lead. It is down to half a second. Just getting some information that maybe Camille for Triton had made some contact somewhere along the line. I'm trying to check and see where that is. I'm not finding it, so I'm not sure what the information is referencing quite.
Well, we know I can, off the top of my head, think of 2 contacts he had with other cars where he got to. So, yeah, if he picked up more contact, that's certainly the issue. I think the big one for him was when he got into the sand there for the last one.
They might be referring to a previous incident here.
Or not RSO, with Odox, when Odox tried to make the move.
Yes, exactly. Meanwhile, we ride on board with our leader who's being hunted by Jesus Cecilia. The Iberia driver just has been reeling him in over the last 20 laps. Still no pit stop for Pure Racing Blue. At what point do they come in? They've used up their short stop by this point, so they've got to run as long as they can.
It's a difference of about 5 laps, so I'm looking that they're good for about another 6 or 7. On a 20-lap stint right now, assuming they can go 27. That's where most of the cars went.
It sounds about right to me. Up and over Dillon. Both cars looking clean. Nice run by Maximilian, helping him with Jesus Cecilia. He's got the draft, but that good launch coming up and over the top of the hill has kept him from being attacked down here into Lacombe, one of the most popular passing zones on this circuit. Just some confirmation, Mikko Nakilia has exited out. Now whether or not that means their team is done, yes, it looks like their team has decided their race is over.
Stay here on second. I just want to point out that Angela Michel for Pulsing Velcor Motorsports in the number 66 machine. He's beginning to make up some ground ahead of him. Getting ready to move into 6th, 5th position. So we can go there a little bit later. We don't need to leave this one yet. Oh, there we go. We're looking at it now. They've been slowly reeling in the cars in front of them.
Oh, and problems for Dream Factory. Raul Diago is not on track. It looks like Eau Rouge has claimed another victim. Oh, and it was incident points. Here we're going to see.
Wow.
Dream Factory, not even halfway through the race. Wow. Well, we expected it late on. Yeah, you can see he goes well off. Meanwhile...
Oh, Angelo Michel, Huskenveld Core off the track.
This is coming out of Puhan. Just gets a little bit loose. Driver error.
Yeah, a little loose, a little bit of the curb, and can't correct it and hits it hard.
And these Audis, they're kind of known for not liking these curbs, as flat as some of these curbs are. You're going to see here, starting to swing a little bit wide. The rear end comes out, and there she goes. There's no saving it from there.
And he had to tow, because the car was crabbing, and it could not get the car back to the pit.
He had visions of driving that back around, but no, it didn't work. Hey, I'm not taking credit for that one. That one, we were gone to a different. We went somewhere else, and we're looking at the battle for the lead right now.
I was going to say it's now down to 2/10 between Cecilia and Venig. How aggressive is the Dark Contigo Audi going to be? This is the first time we've seen him have to do an overtake in this race. He had to defend earlier on from Team Brazil. He's starting to hound him. He's pushing and prodding, trying to find a way, see where the weaknesses are, force him to go offline. Down into Puhan, a little bit far away. This is where we just saw Michel lose it. Both drivers, however, able to take this one nice and clean. I'm starting to think this is not a matter of if he's going to pass it, but when he's going to pass him.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be too difficult, and I don't think you're going to see much of a fight put up as well.
Yeah, Pure Racing Team knows what they're doing, and I think they've got the bigger picture in mind. Here we go, up through Blancpain. The bus stop's going to be another great spot to try and make something happen, but once again, Dark Contigo not able to get that Audi close enough to try and make an attack as they come together into the bus stop.
But of course, Sean, every second that the leader can hold up the guy who's faster is a second that he's not going to have to make up later.
True, true. And the difference between those two cars in pit stop is 5 laps. 5 laps.
Back down the hill towards Eau Rouge. This is a part of the track we've seen a lot of drivers lose control. In fact, one of them even lose incident points. And both of them just about dead even. Just look at that as we ride on the rear bumper. These are evenly matched competitors, if you ask me. Very tough to find an edge. Cecilia closes in, but runs out of track by the time they hit the braking for Lecombe. Let's stay on this battle, waiting for a chance for Cecilia. We don't know when and how he's going to launch an attack, but we're pretty sure that it is coming eventually.
You know, I'm watching a lot of cars go through Rédillon and Eau Rouge right now, and you know, I know we talked about it early, but I really think that's where a lot of these X's are being picked up, Joe.
I'm pretty sure you're right on that one. It's if you're pushing hard, it's so easy to get them. Look at him close up less than a car length back down through Fanyu's. If you're just joining us, this is for the lead here in the 5th round of the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series. Jesus Cecilia for Dark Contigo in the white Audi. In the blue and black Audi, it's Pure Racing Team Blue with Maximilian Winnig. Winnig got the lead on strategy. He's trying to hold off Cecilia. So far, he's been a very cool customer. Haven't seen a lot of crazy moves, but look at this. This is the closest we've seen him up through Blancpain. He loses ground through the corner, taking some air off of that second Audi. So hard in these GT3 cars to follow closely, Sean.
Yeah, it is. You get the air taken off you like that, get some dirty air. It's a real beast to hang on to. As we just saw right there, Jesus doing a good job of hanging on to it.
He's going to need to get close to one of these slower corners, try to make something happen. Maybe on the launch out, not this time, coming out of La Source, back down the hill, past the classic pits. Then it's up through Eau Rouge one more time. What can he do here? A good run and a draft up the Kimmel can get him the job done. But once again, just about dead even. He's going to have a hole in the air, helping him close in. But he's going to run at a track one more time.
He's only has to hold him off for maybe another 3 laps before he has to come in. So again, he's thinking if I can keep that car behind me, I know he's faster than me. If I can keep him behind me for the next 3 laps, it's going to help me down the road.
Well, here's the interesting question that I hadn't really thought of too, is if Pure Racing Team Blue does pit before, well, not if, when they pit before, I should say, they're going to have fresher tires. So is that going to call the bluff of Dark Contigo that they have to come in as soon as Pure Racing Blue comes in? Because if Cecilia stays out, he's got to be able to run faster laps on older tires, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do that.
And that's why this point right here, and he knows that. That's why this point right here, when Dark Contigo has the speed advantage, they're not able to take it. They're not able to use it because they're stuck behind this car.
What they could do though is take a shorter stop. Basically take what Team Blue did in their first stint.
Exactly, and I was just about to comment on that. You adapt the other car's strategy real quick. You adapt to that and stay on pace with them.
Well, these guys aren't quite giving us some action as he actually drops back to half a second now. Guess he had enough of following in that wake, so let's look elsewhere. I know that Ian Ford is relatively close to Andy Gordon. This is for 17th, a little bit farther down in the field. We've seen Ian for Era MPMS on screen a little bit this race. He's been in some good battles, but right now, trying to overtake that Apex Racing Mercedes and not able to do it. Currently working their way through Fagnes, now up towards Stavelo. These guys looking pretty similar to what we had with our leaders, actually, just far enough apart that nothing's really happening.
Take a quick look. We'll just give a shout out to the car currently running in 22nd position. They're your big movers so far. They started 47th or up running in 22. That's 25 spots. Orion Team Racing, number 2 team. They're in a battle right now, though.
Yeah, well, just in front of them is Ricardo Ferreira and that Radical Online's Pirates BMW. Still out there slugging away, still battling for the top 20.
And they still are missing their hood, so
Yeah.
whatever repairs that they got done, it wasn't enough to bring that back, so
They didn't need it. They didn't need it.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're saying arrow. What arrow?
Lost a little weight on that car. That's fine. They're good.
Yeah, the BMW didn't have that much straight line speed to begin with, so
They are certainly holding their own. 21st.
They really are, Joe. Again, it's a really impressive drive they've put on after having trouble on the very, very first lap. Remember, we talked about that. When do you want to have trouble? Well, okay, I'll take trouble on the first lap as opposed to middle of the race or with 10 to go.
Patch the hole in the ship and send it back out to sea. Let's jump up a little bit farther. 11th, Pavel Ledvan. He took over for Wyatt Gooden in that Radical Online Steel Series. Currently up to 11th. They're one of our big movers as well. Started in 20th, 9 positions gained. And we keep talking about it every broadcast, Bill, but it's so much harder to take spots the farther up the field you go. So I have a lot of respect for drivers who are big movers up at the sharp end.
yeah, water finds its level there, and when you start to get up there, the going gets a little tougher.
Right now, he's just ahead of Mr. Real Timing himself, Joel Coez, for Gecko Racing Blue.
Joel, using your product right now. It's helping me out.
Oh, and sounds like Zerny has headed in for his stop.
21 laps, and they are in.
And they were coming. They had some good pace. They got some attrition, helped them move up some spots, but they were on the move. It's a team to keep an eye on.
Before the pit stop, they went from 17th to 8th. I'm trying to see who our highest 2-stopper is. My timing and scoring, I'm pretty sure, is lying to me because I've got Matty Kadisoha on 2 stops. That is incorrect.
My hunch is these guys are going to be able to... Well, that team is probably going to be in pretty good shape.
I believe this is their short stop. So they're trying to, I think... Oh, and it looks like they got Tino Hauser. Apologies if I got that wrong either way. Oh, problems for Trinity. Let's see, where is this? Lacombe, it looks like.
Yeah, and trouble for Dirk there. It got in hot. Had to get on the binders and just lost it. Doesn't hit anything, but slides off into the safe area there, heading into Lacombe.
Oh, and there's a change for the lead. Just missed it. Maximilian Vinnig overtaken down into the bus stop. Let's look at the replay. Cecilia, we saw him lining up this move a couple other times. You can see him really close on the rear wing, managed to withstand the buffeting of the car in front through Blancpain, held on the rear wing, and didn't need to be asked twice as he's just slung it up the inside down into that heavy braking zone, and job done.
Well, Vedic is working his 27th lap right now. One begin to wonder if sitting here just behind, maybe not a bad spot to be. And as they come down Kemmel, ahead of Lacoum.
Taking a little peek in here.
Just as I was thinking Vedic wanted to stay there. Oh.
Nothing doing, though. It was a brave attempt.
No, we don't need that. You're pitting in the next lap. Just bring it around.
See, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is that, yeah, we're setting up for a pit stop. This is okay, but there he is fighting. Cecilia making the rear end of that Audi very wide.
And you know something we haven't paid attention to? Neto Nascimento for iRacing Brazil. Remember, they were within, what, about 4 seconds of our leaders before the pit stops? Well, it's up to 20 seconds. So these two can battle all they want. They've got a huge gap.
And Neto seems to have been struggling with the car just a bit. Kind of unfamiliar to see that out of him. The laps have been okay, but they've been a little inconsistent. So he's continued to lose time to those guys. And, third, certainly not a bad place to be, but not making any gains, and that's unfortunate.
And I know you hang out with a lot of the Brazilian guys because of being friends with iRacing Brazil. Do you know much about Neto? Is he a slower driver than Bruno De Carmo?
No, Neto's a hot shoot. No, we've seen him here in BES. He's been very strong. Again, a little surprised to see the inconsistency out of him today. They made him miss the mark on their setup a little bit here. Hard to say. Obviously, this is an open set, so that could have a little bit to do with it. Maximilian Vedic is off. Going into the pit, guys. Just caught that live.
Taking his second stop.
That was a last-minute decision, too. He tucked it in real quick.
Made it work, though. You can see him heading down the pit lane. Wallmeyer started the race. Is he going to get back in, potentially? Cecilia does continue on track. This is going to give second place to Neto Nascimento temporarily.
Now, Nascimento does have the fast lap of the race right now. It was early on in his stint, but again, been a little bit inconsistent. But you can make up time here while he's in the pit. Got to dig.
Everything needs to be perfect when it comes to racing. Pit stops, pit stop entry, pit stop exit. And it looks like Vedic has hit his stall correctly. So we got that part right. Meanwhile, third position. This is a battle for position. David Mata overtaking Matti Katisoha for third. Down into Lacoum. Nicely done. Once again, Audi versus Audi. That and the Mercedes proving to be the most popular cars in this series. Did something happen to Team GTNF?
I think they took their pit stop.
Okay, they were doing a driver swap. Babert is back in. Had a moment of panic that something went wrong there.
Yeah, Babert back in for Jean-Philippe Blancpain. He is out of the car.
Sean, these pit stops are brutally long.
Yes.
I keep looking, something must be wrong, and they're in there forever.
Go make a sandwich. Taking a good book, good short story.
Well, Vinnig is out now, and his story continues for Team Pure Racing Blue. Where does he exit? He comes out in about 21st position.
That is to be expected. That is the car that's leading for the cars who've made 2 stops.
Exactly. It's probably the way it's going to be unless Neto Nascimento has some sort of phenomenal stop or maybe take his short stint
Fenderball Sim Racing White is in. Matty Katasoya gets it off quick and clean, and hits the mark right there at the cone at speed.
Cecilia continues on as well, by the way. Did not come in for his stop. There you see that Dark Contigo Racing Audi working on lap 51 currently. We're about 2 minutes away from the halfway point in this 4-hour race. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Global Sim Racing channel. We're watching the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series, round 5 at Spa-Francorchamps. I always love saying that name, makes me feel so continental.
Now, things could shake up here a little bit because some of these drivers could take a short fill here on this stop. I'm not sure that's what I would do. I think I would run another long one and take my short one later, but things will shuffle around a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on ERA. They're making a swap right now. Sorry, Vendaval. My apologies. Vendaval Sim White.
Another interesting thing to note is that they Pure Racing Blue kept Venig in the car. Let me see if they have anybody else in the lineup. They can't use more than 2 drivers. This is in 21st that they're running. They've got Vollmeyer in there. They've got Patrick Pitchler and Andres Almensberger, either of which I would be very happy to have in that car. So we'll see if maybe they do a swap next pit stop, or if they keep Venig in for 3 straight. I certainly wouldn't want to be running Spa for 3 stints.
No.
Should be pointed out as they come around there, they've cleared all the cars that have made their second stop, so they're still leaders of all the cars that have pitted twice.
Not too surprising there.
Okay, Santeri Kekkonen in the car for Vendaval Sim Racing White. They're making their way out now.
Looks like they are going to rejoin at about 24th position. Remember Jakob Brzezinski? One of our favorites from this time around. Well, he's caught up to the back of Vincenzo Amico. It's our closest battle at the moment. This is for 9th position, and he gets a great run coming out of Blancpain. Look at the defense, though, from Vincenzo. Stays all the way to the side. Doesn't give him the opportunity to squeeze one up the inside, and both of them come in for a pit stop.
Yeah.
It's going to be a battle of the teams.
Brzezinski was right on him coming in, too. Goosing it all the way to the cone.
Well, hope your virtual pit crew is having a good day, because look at how close they are. We're watching Joel Goez, but let's jump back to Vincenzo. Look at that. This is going to be ultra tight coming out of the pits. Ooh, and almost get into each other coming around the McDonald's turn there. In fact, I almost want to say that Jakob gained a little bit of time coming around the pit corner. All right, hitting their stalls. Both of them. Looks like Philip Petrevsky getting in for Shinya Machimi Yellow. Brzezinski staying in the car, though. This will be his 3rd stint. Let's see who can win this battle of the pit crews as we watch the Feeder Ragnar simulator machine. Still stationary. You can see his competitor just behind him. That's Philip Matrevsky and Shinya Yellow. These two are fighting for position directly right now.
Odox Racing also in there. In fact, Odox now pulling out.
Your top 10 on track right now, guys. All on about the same strategy. Still looking for that second pit stop.
Let's go to Odox real quick. This is going to be for position here, as here comes Beber
Oh, and guys, let's go to back to Brzezinski, because they're not side by side. They're within each other in the pit stops, and Brzezinski jumped him. He got him just barely. They pulled out side by side, and Feeder Ragnar Simulator managed to get that BMW back out on course. Doesn't get much tighter than that.
Let's go back to 20th real quick, because this is going to be interesting. I got a hunch that Beber would like to get this done. He just got nipped in the pits as Stella got out there first. That's for Odox Racing. Now, Odox, that car may have a little damage. Remember, did some bumping and grinding.
That was with Trinity Motorsports, if I'm remembering correctly.
But Team GT&F, they're really looking for a way around.
They're looking antsy. He was closing in through Fanye's. He doesn't want to sit around. Look at him get right up on top of him. That's not what you want to do on that corner, because that hurt his momentum. Maybe he can gain it back coming out of Stavilo. He's going to have a draft. This is going to be a great opportunity for Yassine. Which way does he go? Does he make the attempt? No. Doesn't want to go too wide through Blanchimont. Can he hold on through this left-hander? He does, but he loses a little bit of time. He may have lost the opportunity. Javi Estelle takes the normal racing line. Oh, but he's very hot into the chicane. Could be a chance for an over-under for Beber, but just can't take advantage. Now down into La Source. GT&F Audi. Staying in line, not taking a look.
I can report that our leader stayed out again. Cecilia's still out there.
Stay on this battle. Beber staying just behind him, down to Eau Rouge. Another corner where it's going to have to withstand the buffeting of the car in front. And he does, and then some. Gets a great jump on him, has the momentum, peeks around to the left side of the car, down the Kimmel Straight. I don't think he's even going to have to outbrake him. He's going to be well by the time they get up to Lacombe. Look at that. Nicely done. Patience from Beber paid off.
Okay, more of the dominoes starting to fall. Jim Racing Yellow in, Radical Online, Steel Series in. Powell Ledwan has got his car in. Tom Valentini. Will we see the return of Wyatt Gooden here to the Radicals Online Steel Series car? They've done solid work to get where they're at.
You can see them both heading down the hill.
Up front, Nato Nascimento having to let a couple of back markers get by just to really keep pace. The car falling off just a bit as they get ready to pit.
Sorry, I was wanting to go to Maximilian Vinnick. It had a battle in front of him, but turned out one of the cars peeled off. But I think Vinnick is being slowed up by traffic here. He is caught in the middle. He's got Carlos Diguez, who's getting out of the way now, coming through. La Source has to be given a little bit of room. And look at this. He's going to cause him more hassle just around the outside unless he lifts here. I don't think they want to go too wide here through Eau Rouge, and now finally Maximilian is able to get it done. And at the same time, Cecilia has finally pitted.
Well, I guess he's pitted. He is in pit lane.
Yep.
Yeah.
And iRacing Brazil going to follow suit. Nato has got the car off the track.
He's followed by David Mata, G-Tross Orange coming in. So that's all of our top three coming in for their pit stops. Andrew Call follows them in from fourth.
Usually what we would do is immediately pick up like Pure Racing Blue to see if they're going to get in and out, but these stops are so long, they are so far away, it's impossible to tell if they have any chance of getting there before Dark Antigo gets out.
We'll get a much better idea as the pit stop goes on. Honestly, I think Cecilia is going to get out ahead with the traffic that Vinnick was dealing with.
Yeah, and Venig now just getting out of Fagny, down into 14 now, making his way through turn 15.
David Alexis Jordan gets in the car of Jesus Cecilia. Sadar Contigo uses their driver swap. You see Venig heading around Blancpain now. I'm not sure that he's going to have enough time here. I think this is going to be an easy jump for Dark Contigo. Now he's past the pit entrance, coming across the Grand Prix start-finish line. Up to La Source. Dark Contigo still stationary.
Getting close. Oh, Joe, it's getting very... Now he starts to roll.
Yeah, Dark Contigo's out of their pits. They're coming up through the pit exit, which surpasses Eau Rouge. He's got to get his momentum up. He's not going to have as much speed as Venig has, and Venig might actually be able to overtake him here.
This is fun.
Oh, I think he's going to get it. I think he's going to get him.
It's going to have to be a brave move down into the braking zone, side by side, down into Lacombe. Fresh driver in first thing, and he doesn't fight it too hard as he lets Venig take over first place.
Good work there by Venig. Real good work by Venig.
I think that answered our question, Sean. I don't think Dark Contigo took their short stint for this one. Or at least they didn't short fill it.
Yeah, no, they didn't. That was full stop right there.
But that makes a huge difference because now Jordan's got to make the pass. And again, he's got fresher tires. He's going to be held up again. Hey, let's go ahead and give a shout out to our new leader, ERA MPMS, car number 725.
It's Ian Ford in that machine. The Audi still continues on, but I think they should be able to, or should have to come in for their stop this time by. We're going to see as they hit the bus stop now. Yes, they do.
The tank was drier than a syrup bottle at a Belgian waffle social.
Well,
I had that one ready. I had that one prepped.
That was 27 laps for them on that stint.
Fun fact for you, though, Belgian waffles are street food, so they don't usually eat them with syrup.
Okay. Yeah, no fun ever work with Chesapeake.
one of my old companies did work with a Belgian restaurant, so that's how I found that one out. Let's see if this battle starts to get a little bit intense now that David Jordan has had a chance to get used to the car. Maybe he'll get a little bit more feisty. Does he have the same pace as Jesus Cecilia? Is he struggled a little bit more with this setup? We'll find out over these laps. They work their way through Eau Rouge up over Radillion.
But in the end, this is a case of the other shoe dropping because eventually there's one more stop to go as they work their way around slower traffic. The next stop for Dark Contigo is going to be a shorter one. So if you're racing, really just kind of holding off the inevitable.
Well, it's like Sean pointed out before that if you can slow them up, or maybe, if they can force an error out of Dark Contigo, if they get in a battle and they do something that causes them damage, then that allows them to take the win, even if they weren't the fastest.
Okay, so good little battle here going, 3-car battle going here for 16th place. You've got Philip Mitrevsky. There we go, Mitrevsky. Thank you, Philip. Shinya Machimi leading that battle, and right now Jim Racing Yellow and Trinity Motorsports right there also battling. Daniel Cruz just getting by Marcus Meyer. All in the same pit strategy there.
Remember, when these guys exited, Jakob Brzezinski was right with them. Well, he has put a gap just ahead of these three that we're watching, about 2.5 seconds. So once again, Brzezinski's Feeder Ragnar BMW proving it has pace for this race. Well, pretty much all the pit stops should have happened by now. I think Michael Shetler is the only one that we're waiting on, and he peels off nicely. Thank you, Michael, to allow us to do the rundown. So let's go to our 2 leaders. Maximilian Venig still managing to retain the lead, but barely. Overtook it on strategy earlier on in the race. David Alexis Jordan has taken the car away from Jesus Cecilia for Dark Contigo. He is holding down second. Once Bruno De Carmo eventually gets past Michael Shetler, he is going to put himself up into third. He's currently running fourth, and that's going to change any moment now. There it goes. Santeri Kekkonen has now moved himself up into fourth for Vendaval White. Those guys have been having a quiet but good race up there. Tino Husser for Team RSO. Remember, we've been watching them. Well, they've gone even further up the order. They're now in 5th position. Remember, they started in 17th. So that is some great stuff. Jairo Villa for G-Tross Orange. They're slipping down the order. They must have taken a longer stop or had a mistake somewhere along the line. Yassine Baber is not far behind them in 7th, about 4 seconds back for Team GTNF. Javier Stella currently in the 8th position for Odox. Those guys have been having an interesting race, but they are slipping backwards. They started in 6th. And then there's a name that Bill should be familiar with, Simon Fagel in the Aero Logitech G number 726. He's holding down 9th. And Marcin Skrzibak, I'm sorry if I botched that one. I can never get this name, for Triton Racing, rounding out the top 10, just barely ahead of Julian Affray for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Blue. With that, we are going to take another quick break. We've been on for another hour here. An hour and 45 minutes left to go in this 4-hour-long race here at Spa-Francorchamps. Stick around here on the Global Sim Racing channel for round 5 of the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series. Welcome back to Spa-Francorchamps. We're watching round 5 of the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series. An hour and 40 minutes left to go on the clock in this 4-hour venture. Our leader is Maximilian Wenig. And boy, we thought he was going to have a good fight with David Jordan. But David, who has recently got in the car for Contigo, has started it to drop back. There's now 1.5 seconds between first and second position. We thought for sure that because Wenig had gotten the lead on strategy that it was only a matter of time before Contigo takes it back, but now it's starting to become under question. And third, rounding out the podium, about 25 seconds back, Bruno De Carmo back in the car for iRacing Brazil. Those guys in a solid position, but not threatening first and second in any shape or form at this stage of the race.
Yeah, iRacing Brazil slotted into that third spot right now. No real threat behind, and not enough pace to catch what's in front of them, and a lot of cars in between.
Let's jump back to a battle. 21st position, Sam Michaels trying to hunt down 20th, Marin Kolak. This is R4R Motorsports versus Orion Race Team. Boy, Orion's been in some action. They're one of our big movers, Bill, but they might be losing one here.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. We look at it there in 21st position. See who our big movers are so far after the pit stops. Well, we keep on that battle. 27 spots up for Pure Racing Team Blue. Oh, for Team Blue. I'm sorry, Orion Racing Team 2. I'm multitasking here. They're up 27 spots, currently running in 20th position.
It's a lot of screens to look at, Bill.
Well, I was looking as we watched this battle. I wanted to get confirmation that that there was another driver for Wenig, and apparently there is, because I guess Wallmeyer was in first.
Battle for 10th on screen.
That's Julian Frey moving up in the top 10 for Gecko Vortex Blue, overtaking Triton Racing's Marcin Skripczak.
Yeah,
had to look that one up.
Just behind them, Paolo Ledwan, still a factor here today. He is lurking back there in 12th spot. Radicals Online Steel Series having a good run. Got to think that maybe Wyatt Gooden is waiting in the wings to get back in his car for the last stint, guys.
I wouldn't be surprised if they put him back in unless he's got real-world obligations that he can't take the car back. Still, Pavel's been doing a good job, currently running in 12th position. These guys started in 20th, so they have made quite a bit of ground.
Yeah, they had a great pit stop on that last one, and Pavel's done a really, really good, solid job with the car.
Also, we've gone this far and haven't mentioned it, but offer is still open. If you're part of one of these racing teams and you're not in the car, feel free to join us in our team speak. It's in the thread in iRacing, and I believe also Amjad has put it in the chat at some point. If you want to come and talk to us, tell us how things are going. Come say hi, talk to us about your team strategy, whatever you feel up to revealing. And also, if you've been out on track, what you think the conditions have been like. But look at this battle, not over yet. Marcin coming back at Julian Airfare. Not able to do it.
Allows Ledwan to close the gap just a little bit more.
Yeah, that has definitely helped that Radical Online's BMW. Right on the back of these guys now. Could take advantage if they go side by side once more.
This is the highest that Gecko team has been all race, running up there in 10th.
In fact, those guys started in 15th, so much like the Steel Series car behind them, they have done a good job of climbing up the order throughout this race. No action down into Lacombe between the three of them. They all stay in line as now they work their way through Malmedy, highest point on the course.
You know, at some point, I really, really do hope we have a way to track these incidents, because I really, really want to know how close some of these guys are right now.
I have a feeling there's a number of them that are getting a little nervous.
Yeah,
Well, the fact that somebody actually hit their incident limit at about the halfway mark leads you to believe that there's a lot of drivers going to have some issues.
It was before the halfway mark, a good 20 minutes before the halfway mark, I think it was actually when they hit it. So
that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, I would, again, I'd like to know where some of these drivers are right now, where some of these teams are at.
Well, we're staying on this because, as Bill said, this is our closest battle at the moment. I want to see how this thing plays out. Julian continues to lead the way just into the top 10 for that Gecko Vortex Audi. In fact, this is a nice little spread here. We've got all three cars. Triton running that Mercedes, Radicals running the BMW.
And then you got France and Poland and the UK all involved as well.
Down into the braking. And wow, you can really see the power on the brakes for that BMW. He closed in like nothing else. Fortunately, was not close enough to be able to take advantage, but gets a good run coming out of the bus stop. Is Marcin going to go defensive? No, it doesn't feel like he's going to have a go at him. And he does not. Stays safe down through La Source, and they come back down the hill. UK, Poland, and France. It feels like there's a World War II joke in there somewhere.
Yeah. Walked into a bar, yeah.
Oh, and Marcin?
Yep, incident.
Oh,
yeah, I saw it happen. I saw it happen. I saw him get the wheels off. These guys have been digging so hard. That's why I made the comments I did just a moment ago.
Triton Racing bites the dust. Here we are on board. We're going to see them have just that little bit of an off track, and unfortunately, that incident limit. Let's see, is it at the top of the hill? I don't think it was the bottom. Yep, there it is.
Yep. And goodbye.
You don't often get to see one of those happen live. The big joke from last round was get a still picture of that.
It was Sean that said that, not me. So.
Yeah, I wonder what it looks like. I think I said, I wonder what it looks like when that happens.
Well, this frees up Pavel Lidvan and Julien Offray. Try and duke it out just amongst themselves from 3 to 2, and he has wasted no time. That BMW is back on the rear of that Audi. Let's see if he can do anything coming out of Stavilo. Great corner to try and get yourself a launch. Use the draft and swing on by. Getting some information as we watch this. Triton apparently had one incident left for nearly an hour, so you got to give them some credit. They really tried to eke it out as long as they could go.
Yeah, they were cursed not just from off tracks, but they got into a couple serious contacts that probably punched that number.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely. Side by side here. Whoa, big mistake coming out of that Gecko machine. And Radical's BMW heads up the inside. He is giving him plenty of room. He's got to come back if he wants a good line. Now he does. Down into La Source. Could be an over-under from the Audi. Julien Offray seeing what he can do, but nothing doing. Give that spot to Ledvon.
Another ringy-dingy there, Joe.
Nicely done. That puts him into 10th now. So 10 position gains since the start of this race. However, they are not the highest gainer in the top 10. Give that to Team RSO at the moment, 17th to 5th.
So much time left, so much still to be decided in this race. We know everyone still has to get through at least one more pit stop here.
Yeah, and an hour and a half left. I'm trying to do the math. How little of time is a 20-lap stint? Because if that's our minimum, that'll give us an idea of how far into this clock someone can go before they make their last stop.
You know, I talked about pure racing out there in front, just kind of trying to avoid the inevitable. Eventually, they're going to have to take a long stop, and the guy behind them is going to take a shorter stop. But Vinnick is out there putting in some time, trying to build up a little bit of gap. He's got it up to 2.3 seconds now over Jordan.
I'm getting the idea that Cecilia is the faster driver of the two in that Dark Antico team. Even still, if you can get him a clean car, Cecilia, we know he can run him down from this gap. So it's not, the win is not out of the picture.
No, well, I still think that Dark Antigo is still sitting in the preferred position, even though they're losing a little ground. But
they have yet to use their short stop.
Right, and I'm not sure Vinnick is going to get out of the car. He made three stinted here at the end. I like a race, Sean. Here we are for 4 hours, and we still have stuff to think about. That's kind of what it's all about.
Yeah, plenty of stuff to think about.
To be honest, sometimes we come into these and we cross our fingers and hoping that Joe's not going to have to break out the childhood home movies to entertain us. So we're doing okay.
You definitely don't want to see those. Meanwhile, everybody's starting to get a little bit of space. I'm not seeing as many battles between drivers. Frey is starting to fall back off of the Radicals Online Steel Series machine. 13th starting to get a little bit closer. Philip Petrevsky for Shinya Michimi Sim Racing Yellow has Marcus Meyer closing in. He's under half a second.
Yeah, this is probably the best one up front. All the stuff, the good battling that we had in the top 10 earlier pretty much broke up right now. So this one right now from these two teams.
Yeah, they've really spread out all over the circuit. There's one empty spot on the circuit right now, and it's really up through Eau Rouge and all the way down Kemmel Straight. But here we go. Cars starting to come in there now. But yeah, Soup, the battling has ceased here momentarily. Trust me, plenty to come. Again, this last pit stop and when they hit it, going to be so very important. I estimate right now with a little under an hour and a half to go, we've probably got somewhere about 39 laps, 38 laps left to this race.
Big mistake. I was going to say, on screen we saw Philip Matrevsky go very wide coming out of Pouan, and that has allowed Marcus Meyer to get right up on top of him. So as now they head toward Blanchimont, the draft is really going to allow Meyer to close in. If he can get through Blanchimont with a good launch, this is going to be a great opportunity. Here they come up to that quick left-hander. And Meyer looks about even. Oh, a little bit of a bobble from Matrevsky once again, trying to collect the car together. Here comes Meyer up the inside. Bus stop is going to switch back. Going to be a hard ask. Oh, and this time it's Meyer that has the mistake, coming through the corner, losing traction. Still close up behind Matrevsky. He stays defensive. Down to the inside. The Mercedes weaves back to the line. Matrevsky still holding to the inside. Could we see an over-under? And nothing doing. Nice job by Philip to be able to hold him off in tough moments. Lives to fight another day. This is going to be another great chance, though, up and over the hill. Oh, not a big run there from Marcus Meyer, but he's still going to have the draft start to reel him in. I don't think it's going to be enough. Looks like that battle is petered out just for a moment. Let's go up to the leaders, because I understand that traffic is starting to come into play.
Oh my, talk about traffic. Woo, that's Vinnick just dodged a moving chicane out there. That was Joshua Chin who locked it up to try to stay off the back of Nito. That was going into the bus stop. Those guys were fighting for 22nd position. It's really the first time that any of the leaders, while they've had traffic to get around, it's been solo traffic. This is the first time that there was a battle, and that almost got him.
Oh, and he's got to try and lap him here up through Eau Rouge, but he elects not to go too wide. This is probably the smart move. Stay patient. You've got a buffer right now, and now he can try to squeeze by on the Kemmel Straight. Radicals pilots, now that they've got their hood back,
They do.
Gets out of the way.
So Vinnick gets that done, but now the next guy, that's going to be Jordan, is coming up on these guys now.
Now we understand something might have happened to the team sailors.
Yeah, they had trouble in Lacombe. Had to get all the way out of the throttle, locked them up. Did not hit anything, but they slowed down big time right in front of Vinnick.
And this has added more lapped cars to the mix here as they manage to weave their way around that orange and blue machine. Nicely done. Nicely done getting out of the way. Hugo Goncalves is currently in that car.
But Jordan, for Dark Antigo, still has to negotiate all three of these cars now.
Let's ride on board, see how a top driver deals with lap traffic over 2 hours into an endurance race. Not very quick to try and overtake sailors. I think he's got to get a good opportunity here if they'll just pull over and let them through. And I'm not seeing them make motion like they're going to, so he's going to be stuck behind them once again.
You know, I'm thinking with all these sailors and pirates out here, we've got to start a Black Pirates team. Just a thought, guys.
Now it gets up the inside of the sailors team.
Yeah, there we go.
Instead of the IRT, we need to go to maritime law rules.
That was a long time. I think that cost Jordan quite a bit of time trying to overtake that car.
And he's not
now up to,
done yet, yeah.
Yeah, and he's up to 3.5 seconds. He lost an entire second in that half a lap. Next up is going to be Joshua Chin for Chimera. Chin being a driver from Florida. Thoughts go out to everyone affected by recent events down there in Fort Lauderdale, of course.
Here comes look at this.
And is that a pass for position?
Yeah,
No, that was not.
Yeah, it is. No, 22nd over 23rd.
Oh.
So he dives it in there. That's what's making this so rough on Jordan right now for Dark Antigo to get this done.
Also understand we got a battle just ahead of these guys for 19th. I'm not sure if we should go to that or if we should stay with Jordan.
Yeah, they're getting through Puhan right now. Actually, Kolak leading that. The Orion Race Team 2 sitting in 19th. Just behind him in 20th, Sam Michaels for R4R Motorsports.
See, they've spread out just a little bit currently.
Yeah, and Marcel Ty there in the Indigo Racing PES machine rounds it out 21st. But that is a 3-car battle underway.
Everyone with that. Then about 1.5 seconds of each other there.
And about a corner ahead of the leaders. Well, leader, as Jordan is still not around those two guys that were battling for 22nd. And the gap is up to 4 seconds now.
Yeah, with the leaders on the way, you know, I mean, you're battling for a position that means a lot to you right now. You want to be in that top 20. All 3 cars know what's at stake here. You know the leader's coming. Nobody wants to give up any time to either driver. So, yeah, this is tricky as the leader makes his way through. He's got to navigate that. They have to navigate it too. It's going to be really fun to watch when it happens here in probably just a few laps.
And the depth of field, the talent, the dips. These guys are running 20th. They're the last cars on the lead lap, and their pace is not that much slower than the guy running in second.
Which is why I think we're seeing Jordan have such a hard time get by them. He still is not past Nato as he comes up and over the hill. Nato going very wide.
Whoa! Can he keep it off the... No, he wallets a wall with
Ouch.
a wallop. Ow!
Oh, we're going to pull up the replay, but David Jordan struggling with the car. It was a slow, lurid spin as he went a little wide up over Radillion. You're going to see here It looked like maybe he could save it, Bill. For so long, he had it backwards and then just couldn't see where the car was headed.
You're just kind of hoping that the car would spin around just a little bit more before it started to go straight, a little more rotation, and the car would have just, maybe it would have come back out on the track. So
I think that's why he steered away, I think, is he didn't want to steer it into traffic. Well, the car's still going, but it's got, significant damage. Look at that back wing. And with a rear-engine car, you don't know if that's going to hurt your top end as well from loss of power.
Yeah, there could be damage to that motor for sure. You're watching gauges right now and checking temp and everything. That was a pretty good hit he took there.
Mid-engine car, excuse me.
Yeah.
Mostly in the back.
Well, now the plot thickens for the leader. Now, all of a sudden, he has 19 seconds to play with. And even though the car in second place now, which is iRacing Brazil, they're going to take a short stop as well.
Well, no. Brazil is still in third. They're about 5.5 seconds back from Jordan. But Jordan's got to get that damage repaired.
Yeah, I think that's just a matter of time. So now, he's going to have to come in. He'll probably maybe stay out there, if he can run any type of decent time, stay out there till he gets into that early window.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I was Star Contigo at this point, and Sean, you'll have to tell me if this is what you would do as a crew chief, make this one your short stint. Get the car repaired as much as you can and try to make up the time later on.
Hey, I'm listening to my driver. I want to know how he feels and how the car feels.
Well, there he goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he only has one more stint to do. Now, the question is whether he can get to the end from here.
It's going to be very close.
He's not going to get to the end. No.
But he couldn't stay out for another 20 minutes. That wasn't going to work. So.
No, not if that car was handling as bad as I think it was.
So now
he backed up into that wall pretty hard.
Yeah, he hit it really with a wall. So now it's 25 seconds that Vinnick gets to play with for Pure Racing Team Blue. Now you're looking, the short stop is only a matter of fuel. Now you could, even though you have a long stop to make and need a full tank of gas, I think that's probably going to work for him.
So here's a question for you then, because Bill, I think you've got this in your info. Has iRacing Brazil done their short stop yet?
Well, I can look right now and see. I don't think so. I think they're going to have their short stop coming up. They were everybody was on the same strategy as Star Contigo for the most part, except for Pure Racing. Yeah, they're on a 14. They're 5 laps to the good on Pure Racing Blue.
All right, then. So then they could gain some ground, but I don't think it's going to be enough to really gun them down.
I'm thinking a short stop coming from them, and Pure Racing Blue has a lot of time to play with now. And it all came to that lap traffic. It was the first time that they had to deal with lap traffic that was actually racing each other.
And I wonder if that played into Jordan making the mistake, because he did have a BMW, I think it was a Radicals car, ahead of him. And I wonder if the wake affected him in any way.
It's between us worrying about that lap traffic being on top of that, and then Sean making the call earlier about saying, I wonder if incident points are an issue for anybody, and about 2 seconds later somebody blinks off.
Well, I'll tell you what, the patience of iRacing Brazil paying off today. That obviously all that action slots them up to second, and I know we were talking about strategy and whether or not they'd carried out their short one yet. They haven't. I think they're good to go. I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah. And I was double checking because I was wondering whether or not third place with Santeri Kekkonen for Vendaval White, if they were gaining, and it looks like they are not. So DeCarmo is currently pulling away very slowly from third place, and they could gain some ground with a final short stop on the leader.
Let's take this one step further, Sean, and you've been on the box more than, in fact, I've never been on the box, but here's what I'm thinking. Not only can they short stop, but they can also maybe no-tire it. So maybe Brazil can make it an incredibly short stop because it's at the end of the race and pick up time that way. I'm not sure if Pure Racing they're going to have a long stop, and it's time for them to do tires, I would think.
Sorry to interrupt, but if we could go to 12th, we got a great battle going on between Marcus Meyer and Philip Matrevsky. Marcus just overtook him into the bus stop with a brilliant move, but I don't think this one is over. Sorry to interrupt you there, Sean.
No, that's okay. That's okay. No, we always want to get in on the action. So right now, iRacing Brazil is working lap 16 on this stint. We've got about just over 33 laps to go, I think. So there's your numbers to work with, really.
We heard the interval about 1.5 seconds. Never look at this pass being made here, Joe.
Yeah, I was going to say Marcus Meyer being overtaken, almost squeezes him off the track. A little bit of more contact as they come into Lacombe. Philip Matrevsky wanted that spot back and then some. Makes it stick, but man, he's probably rattled the cage of Marcus Meyer just a little bit there.
This isn't over.
Took his half out of the middle. That's Meyer gave him all the room, and then he wanted everything he could get, every inch of that track.
Brave stuff from the Shinya Machimi yellow driver. Now we're in 14 minutes left to go here at Spa-Francorchamps. Again, this is a battle for 12th position. This is higher up. So these guys are definitely fighting for some good points here. And just like we saw before with the last pass, the driver behind is not far back, has not dropped off, and boy, man, after that contact, I think the red mist is going to be coming down just a little bit. Now they work their way up to Blancpain. Marcus Meyer watching, stalking, seeing if he can get an opportunity. A little bit too far back through Blancpain. Not going to be a pass down into the bus stop. Philip is safe here, takes the regular line. Just behind him, is that for position as well? Yes, it is. Daniel Cruz back and forth battling. He's within a second. Number 4 for Jim Racing Yellow could make this a 3-car fight. Back down the hill towards Eau Rouge. And they're starting to spread out now. Everybody getting a little bit of breathing space. Just ahead of these guys, a quick note, let's stay on this battle though. We keep watching the progress of Jakub Brzezinski for Peter Ragnar. Well, they've gone from 25th to 11th. So that BMW has really made up for what it was either a bad qualifying or something at the start of the race that set them back.
We can again stay on this battle. It's only a few positions back to 18th for Orion Racing Team number 2, and while I bring them up, there are big movers so far. 29 spots for them.
Yeah, that's a good day at the office.
Yeah, I'd say so. All right, good run coming out of Puhan here for Marcus Meyer, closing in on the back of Matrevsky. But once again, just a little bit too far back, about 2 car lengths between them. Gonna have to try a little harder to set something up. This is Audi versus Mercedes. It's gonna be his best opportunity coming out of Stavolo. Has to get that launch off the corner. Not quite enough, although the draft may still reel him in. While we're watching this, I'm curious, did we ever find out?
As we're looking at, Joe's going to fix his mic there a little bit there. Looking at that battle for 12th. You know, we talked about it. These guys...
Cruz. I'm sorry, Super Cruz really broke deep down to the bus stop.
Now they head into the source. The team running in 12th there, up from 31st, started in 31st, running at 12th. So, yeah, it's a great run, like Joe pointed out.
What I was about to say, hopefully my mic's a little bit better now,
Sound good.
is I'm curious to know what happened to Dark Contigo. What position are they in now?
29th, yeah, not on the track. I guess they called it.
Oh, oh, that's sad to see. They could have probably gotten back out and salvaged something out of that. Disappointment after they looked so dominant in the first stint. Pretty sure without that mistake, they could have come back for the win there. Even still, it's not about what kind of pace you can have, but acting on that pace. Strategy, everything comes into play in racing, and at the end, it's who gets to that checkered flag first. Right now, Maximilian Venig is the driver, looking like he's able to do that for Pure Racing Team Blue. A little bit of a close battle happening between Pavel Ledwan and Julian Affray. This is for 9th position.
Yeah, those two still having fun together here on the track. Pavel doing a pretty good job of really just wheeling this BMW and taking care of it. Car is pretty clean, guys. Just about 3 hours into this race, and that BMW, one of the strongest BMWs in the field today, and it's been consistent. And I suspect another driver change to come at this next stop. They're going to be working on 20 laps this time round on this set of tires and fuel.
Definitely getting to within the window for these final stops. 1 hour and 9 minutes to go in a 4-hour race.
Got to give a little credit to Affray. Ledvan got around him, and I thought that was all going to be done. But Affray's been able to hang back in there. Yeah, you talked about that BMW. That is the Wyatt Gooden BMW, right? That was racing earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Affray's been a fighter. He has been a few battles that we've seen on screen today, and certainly not giving up. Oh, and sounds like we have another victim of the incident limit. Oh, maybe not. Philip disappeared for just a moment. Must be a connection issue. Trevsky gave us a scare.
It happens.
I would not be surprised, though, if we don't see more of that.
Oh, I'm sure. We've got an hour to go. There's going to be other cars at DQ.
You know, I was going to make the comment just a little while ago about how this final BES race of the weekend not been very kind to some of these teams today.
Well, I heard some information. I haven't gone back to be able to watch it yet. Supposedly 18 cars got involved in a first lap accident in one of the races earlier this weekend. Talk about a bad weekend, man. That that'll hurt for a lot of people. We're up to 5th now. Haven't looked at Jairo Villa a lot, but we watched his team a lot. G-Tross Orange. He's jumped in there to take over for his teammate Alvaro Ramiro and David Mata. Yassim Baber is the one hounding him with Team GTNF. This is a battle for 5th position.
I've been watching a little bit. Baber has been able to do it under braking. He's just able to dive the car in deeper. In fact, I would imagine that he's going to stay right where he is until they get to the bus stop, and that's where he's really been strong.
Certainly gets himself a decent run out of Radillion coming down the Kemmel Straight. Look at this. Jairo definitely feels a little bit of pressure. Fake out from Yassim Baber down into the braking for the... Whoa! Gets up to within inches of the G-Tross Orange machine. Doesn't make contact, but man, you talked about that braking, Bill.
Yeah.
Illustration.
He can get any kind of run down into the bus stop. If he's close enough, he should be able to.
Yeah, that'll be a done deal. It's been quite a while that we've been watching these drivers, nearly 3 hours, which is usually the normal race time of this series. So some of these guys might be getting a little bit tired out there.
We can point out that our intervals, we're still watching this battle, to the lead is still holding at about 25 seconds.
So it sounds like DeCarmo might be about even on pace with Vinnig, but like you said, Vinnig's been in for 2 stints. We don't know if he's going to be in for a third or if they're going to have a different driver. His teammates are, I think I mentioned this before, if I can have it, oh wait, there we go. Jonas Vollmeyer, who we've seen on track, Patrick Pitchler, and Andreas Allmensberger. Both Pitchler and Allmensberger are known hot shoes.
Yeah.
Okay, Team RSO in the pits. Tino Hauser bringing it in.
Did they pit from 4th position, actually?
Yes, they did.
Wow. 17th to 4th. Now, that could change after strategy plays itself out with the pit stops, but even still, they've been mostly there on pace.
Boy, this is really pushing the envelope,
pushing the
isn't
envelope. Exactly, Soup. Exactly.
Well, they got 2 minutes to waste here.
I like this call. I do like this call, guys.
All right, that battle for 5th is now a battle for 4th. Jairo Villa once again having to hold off Babert. Didn't get the chance to try and make the pass happen that time. He went defensive into Lacombe. Nothing doing down into Ravage. Work their way down the hill.
I keep wanting to call Jairo Poncho. Sorry, guys. I couldn't resist.
Not quite. Jairo from Iberia Club. Either Portugal or Spain.
Well, G-Tross Orange had a good weekend so far. I believe they had a podium finish in race number 2 yesterday, or race number 1.
So this one isn't required. They can take some risks and get away with it. Not close, though, coming out of Stavelo.
Yeah, I don't think he doesn't have the exit speed off the. But all of this will be gained back up here as they go to the bus stop.
Let's stay on this, but I'm keeping half an eye on Maximilian Vinnig because he should have to come in for his soon since he took his shortest stop at the very start.
Well, he's got 26 laps right now, so yeah, I would think he'd be coming in next time around.
He's got 2 or 3 laps leeway, I would say. And there you see him coming around Ravage himself. Pure Racing Team Blue looks almost unflappable for most of this race. Withstood the pressure from Darkon Tigo.
Odox is in, guys. Xavi Estella bringing the car down.
So that's going to send him down the order temporarily. That's a team that has been in the wars just a little bit. Made contact with Triton Racing earlier on.
Inside the top 10 for all of the race.
Boy, this is just a winding and weaving pit lane every time I look at it.
Samuel Lebert is in.
And just to add insult to injury, the speed down the pit lane is really slow as well.
Lebert, of course, racing for Apex Racing Simulators. Also running that Bimmer. And Vinnig is now in. This should take him to the end. So what's this going to do between himself and DeCarmo? DeCarmo is coming around Blancpain now.
Yep. Here he comes in the bus stop.
Is he going to take his short stint this time, or is he going to make it his last? No, he stays out.
Carmo, you're going to stay out there. You're going to run it till it's dry. You're going to come in, not take tires, and then play defense. That's what you're going to do.
I'm right there with Bill. I am. I think that might be the call to try and make.
The only threat that he has behind him, third position, Santeri Kekkonen. It's about oh no, the timing is going up because we've got cars in the pits. So excuse me, I was confused for a second, but he's about 9 seconds back. So the only way that he could overtake him if he does do that short pit strategy is if it really backfires and Santeri on fresh tires is able to run him down. So I think you're right. I think the gamble is going to be the way to go for iRacing Brazil, especially to get themselves a win.
Well, and Bruno had a real scary moment coming out of Ready On. I suspect that maybe he might have had a moment there in the cockpit. It was scary. He's back on it now.
We're going to see if we can try and find this incident in Eau Rouge.
Yeah, I said Ready On. It was actually at the top of the hill at Ready On.
Ah, that's right. Now let's watch on board on the replay. See what the hands do. Woo, yeah, at the end there, I think he got a little... And it looked a little out of sorts coming off the hill.
And if we go to him right now, the leader, here are these guys again. This is Joshua Chin, and I think it was Lloyd's the same way here that were the two guys that were in the battle before.
Heiter Luiz.
Luiz, yeah.
Well, Luiz gets out of the way. He's being nice and polite as a back marker. Guess, is he get a bear claw, Bill?
You know, we've upgraded to apple fritters now at the back marker United, yeah.
Ooh, 2017, we've introduced the fritter.
Yep.
The greatness of the fritter.
And then Chin
Carmo
gets out of the
keep
way.
it out there, boys.
Yeah.
I mean, DeCarmo still has another 3 to 4 laps he can put on this car if he wants.
All right. To answer our question of who's going to get in the car, Jonas Vollmeyer. And he's back out in 8th position for Pure Racing Team Blue. Santeri Kekkonen coming in for Vendaval White. Finnish driver. Let's see if he hands over the car.
Interval between the leader and Vollmeyer for Pure Racing Team Blue, about a minute and a half.
So at 30 seconds less than a full stop. Is that doable, Sean?
Well, he doesn't need a full tank of fuel.
No.
And we're not going to take tires. And we don't have a lot to lose. I mean, even if it doesn't work out for you, I still think second place is fairly secure.
Got to drive the car. Probably going to hand the car back over to Nito Nascimento.
Get someone fresh in there.
Stint. Yeah, he'll be fresh. He'll need a good stint. He's awful fast.
Yeah, of course, it's easy for me here sitting with my soda in my hand saying, driver, you're gonna race another 30 minutes on old tires, so I don't have to actually race the car. Sounds good in theory.
All right, Vendaval has Matti Katisoha get back in that car as they continue their pit stop. Julian Affray as well, you can see, is in for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Blue. And Joel Guez gets in that machine.
Pure Racing has already made their way around all the cars who've pitted so far.
Now here's what I want to know. I'm seeing some information that Evan Maillard has connected to the server. Is he going to get in someone's car?
The Darth Vader theme is playing in my head now.
Maillard, known not only as a fast driver here on iRacing, but had the chance to compete in the for a chance to drive for Mazda in the real world, thanks to iRacing a couple years ago.
The guy who's done really well moving into that's McGee. What's McGee's first name? It slips on my mind now.
Glenn McGee.
Glenn McGee, yeah, he's having real success.
Absolutely, and actually he's got a chance to run in the Race of Champions for the American team, so I believe we have voting for that you need to go vote for him to get him that opportunity. He's going to be alongside James Hinchcliffe if he gets that chance.
Incredible.
Oh, DeCarmo. Yeah, having a little bit of trouble in Lacombe.
On the exit. Car getting out of shape.
You better be nice to those tires, Bruno.
Yeah. Maybe we don't want to take those tires there.
Tense moments here on track for our leader. iRacing Brazil, though, at the top right now.
54 minutes left to go. We are under an hour. Jonas Vollmeyer is the highest car who has taken his final stop. He's currently sitting in 5th. Still that minute and a half behind Bruno DeCarmo.
Vanderval is the next team. They're currently running in 6th position right now that have made their 3 stops.
There you see Vendaval Azul in 6th.
No, maybe I'm wrong on that. I apologize. Yeah, nope. Oh, I went with the wrong, yes. See, once again, this is why you shouldn't use colors. I went with the white instead of the blue.
Well, that's in text, Bill.
If they were Disney princesses, I would be able to tell the difference between Cinderella and Snow White.
That one's a stretch. We'll, I don't know if we'll give you a pass on that one.
So let me update myself then. So it is Vanderbilt White currently running in 9th position, running 2nd of all the teams that have pitted 2 times.
Okay.
See,
DeCarmo,
snow, it's white. Let's put snow in front of it. It's so simple. All right.
DeCarmo does continue on, by the way. Does not come in for his stop yet. He's got about a 20-second lead over Jairo Villa for G-Tross Orange. Of course, G-Tross Orange yet to make their stop as well. This is when everybody's kind of anxiously waiting, watching the screen, watching the times, seeing when to come into pit. Ledvon comes in for the Radicals Online Steel Series. He took over the car nearly 2 hours ago from his teammate Wyatt Gooden. Is he going to hand it back? Just behind him, also in, is Michael Dalval for VEC Sim Racing. They're in 22nd position. You can see this pit lane is actually split into 2. Michael pitting on the back half here. Haven't seen as many of those cars simply because we've been following a lot of the front runners. Benjamin Gonzalez gets in that VEC Sim Racing Audi. Riley Blythe also in for Era MPMS.
Riley Blythe, a name we know from the Australian series that we cover in the iRacing Drivers Association.
About to start up their series in a week, actually.
Wyatt Gooden is in the car, boys.
All right. Are you ready for some fireworks, Sean?
Stoke it up. Hey, real quickly, though, let's go back to 18th place, because Dirk Reinhardt and Trinity Motorsports doing a really good job of holding down this battle here. These 3 cars all battling for position here, all have taken in their last pit stops and make it a charge for the finish of this race.
You can see cars just about evenly spaced apart amongst each other.
Vanderbilt White was able to get around ERA with Gooden in there. So they still remain the second of the cars who've made 3 stops.
Okay, DeCarmo keeps it out again, guys, up front. Working lap number 27 here. I'm going to think next time by, we're probably in.
Listening to the broadcast. That interval, see what it's been here from him to the leader.
I'm seeing about a second down. Vollmeyer has gained on him by about a second.
Yeah, that's not as much as I would have expected, being the new tires against those old tires. Yeah, it's 1 minute 28 seconds.
Well, it can be a little bit harder. That it's not as accurate of a reading when they get farther and farther apart. So I don't know. It can be tough to tell if that's for real or not.
Well, DeCarmo probably going to need about 23 laps of fuel. The big question mark is, do they risk the gamble with the tires?
I honestly don't think they're going to do it, but I'm pulling for the twist.
Well, it really would give him, if our numbers are right, it would really give him a chance to fight for a win. But it's a chance.
Let's go to 12th position. Mark Perez has Andrew Call all over the back of him. I think Call just took a little bit of a peek down into Stavlo, but not much. If he can get a launch out of here, this should give him a chance, but does not get a good run off the corner. You can see him losing time. Down towards Blancpain. Perez, the car ahead in the white, blue, and black. Call just behind him.
iRacing Brazil is in, boys.
All right, moment of truth. And to answer your question about anybody trying that strategy, Sean, getting word that Gooden is on old tires.
Fireworks indeed. Loose is fast.
And Gooden's in second at the moment in that Radical Steel Series car. Carmo's got to make that long trip down the pit lane. He's past the hairpin now.
Yep,
Vollmeyer's heading into Fangie's. He's got to hit his stall perfectly here. Here he comes. Let's see. And he nails it. All right. What's he going to do? Tires or no tires? Does DeCarmo stay in the car? Do they put fresh blood in? Vollmeyer continues to gain as the seconds tick down. I'm not seeing DeCarmo getting out. I think he's going to do another stint. Vollmeyer coming around out of the bus stop. DeCarmo still stationary. Is he going to... Oh, and he's taking tires. Now, they are going to be fresher than Vollmeyer, since Vollmeyer has been out for a number of laps. DeCarmo's still stationary. Vollmeyer comes down. He's going to jump him.
Well, so much for that.
DeCarmo exits, and let's see what the timing is. I think it's going to be too much to gain. Oh, and Cristobal Lopez has gotten in the G-Tross orange car. We're hearing they did not take tires.
They did not, Joe. They did not take tires.
Unfortunately, I think this is going to be a short fight, though, between themselves and iRacing Brazil. You never know, though. If they put up a good enough fight, they can get the tires to wear off on the Brazil car and even out.
The G-Tross car was cone to cone, 1 minute and 38 seconds compared to the Brazil team that went 2:03.
So now that they've gotten up to speed, actually I'll get to that in a second. Let's watch this battle because they've already closed in on the back of them. Down into Puhan, and you can see what the good tires are doing for Bruno De Carmo. At this point, it's just patiently waiting for the chance. Sticks his nose in, down into Fanyus, comes back to the line. Not quite here yet. Wants it nice and clean, can't risk the car. He's got a second place within his grasp. All he has to do is get past this orange machine. Coming out of Stabilo, he's right on top of him. Using the draft, has a good run, looks to the left side. Now what is the G-Tross machine going to do? Is he going to fight? No, he lifts and lets him through. No, he sees the writing on the wall. Cristobal Lopez is going to try for the third place. He's got about 10 seconds back to Marcel Tai and Indigo Racing BES. Although I think those guys have not pitted yet. So it's Matty Ketasoya he needs to worry about. So about 13 seconds, 14 seconds back to the next car for G-Tross Orange. They could hold on to this podium.
And if Karma wouldn't have taken tires, he would have probably been out in front of Pure Racing Team Blue. But that's pretty much what you just saw what would have happened to him. That's new tires against old tires.
Yeah. However, Cristobal didn't fight, so we don't know what would have been if he would have put up a little bit of a defense. Meanwhile, if you're curious, the gap between first and second, Hallmeyer has about 20 seconds over De Carmo.
Just about what it takes to put on 4 tires.
Not going to be enough with 5-lap fresher tires either to try and run that down unless we see some bad traffic, a serious mistake, or some sort of travesty happen to Pure Racing Blue. At this point, though, Sean, this is a team that has earned that position. They got up there on strategy. They fought for it. They withstood the pressure of Dark Contigo, and now they are sitting pretty.
Yeah, they are, Joe. Really good run. Good run today for them. Pure Racing really got their act together in this one. And, again, this race today been hard on a lot of these teams that had success in the other 2 races this weekend. But Pure Racing, Jonas really been strong behind the wheel.
We are going to have some good battles, though, for the rest of the way. It's only about 3 seconds between Beber running for a GTNF, back to Wyatt Gooden running for Radicals, and he's only got about a 2-second lead back to RSO.
Yeah, and Gooden, another one of those cars in the top 10 right now that only took, or that did not take tires. He's out there on an old set trying to make it work, holding down 7th, maybe looking for more.
Tino Hooser is behind him, and Reinhardt have some problems? Oh, he's on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got a little bit greedy on the gas coming out of Ravage. Didn't hit anything, but certainly looped it.
Yeah, I think he broke the egg. You got to keep that egg under the throttle there, and a little bit too much of it. He has to wait for all those cars to get by.
Nice job of controlling the car, seeing what's coming, and keeping it out of the barriers. Because that Armco is very close on either side of that portion of the track. And, on that topic of a car having an off track, we've got 41 minutes to go. We don't know the exact incident points of each of these teams. Just to throw another wrench in things.
It's almost like playing roulette, isn't it, Sue?
Well, all right, as we look at this battle, go ahead. I can give you a rough number here. Pure Racing, this is on my JRT scoring here, so it's iffy. It's kind of just an overview.
Oh, and pass happening. Riley Blythe on the outside. Samuel Liber trying to come up the inside of the bus stop, and he gets it done. Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
That's okay. Blythe back into 16th position. Liber moves up to 15th. Pure Racing, Team Blue. Sean, you're probably looking at these numbers as well. Incidents, they're showing 113. Now, that's unofficial. This gives you an overview. Compared to the other cars, 84, 72, 67. So, not sure the real number where they are, but you're probably going to have to behave a little bit.
Soup, I'm gonna make an admission. I turned that off because I didn't know how accurate it was.
It's not all that accurate. It's kind of... Oh. Well, okay. I'm getting the news that the official limit is 25. So
take it out of your filter, Soup.
Yeah, I'm going to click that out of there.
Now, hey, interesting thing going on track right now. Now, Marcel Ty is out there for Indigo Racing BES right now. He's being overtaken by Matty Catasoya there for Pinball Sim Racing White. Now, they still need to make a pit stop, guys. Indigo is looking to maybe come in here. This is going to be lap 28. And
there he goes.
There they go. So that car was just hanging on, but up 34 spots up to 5th coming into the pits.
Seeing all the various strategies, the alternate strategies start to come out of the woodworks here in the final stages. In fact, let's see, I think they were the last car to have their final stop.
And do they gamble with possibly no tires and picking up all those positions that they have already?
Yeah, they got 40 minutes left. I'm kind of with you on that one. Just forget the tires.
Why not? Get a little bit of fuel, get out of there.
Now, unfortunately for Wyatt Gooden, lost a position to Team RSO. With them having fresh tires, they snuck on by.
Yeah, and looking at Wyatt's times, his pace is definitely a couple of seconds slower than the cars on fresh tires. So that's the difference. It's about 2 seconds is the difference fresher to the old tires.
And right now, Gooden has about 10 seconds back to Mark Perez. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to hold on to this 7th place. Call is right behind him. In fact, those two are in a bit of a battle for 8th. So unless those two start losing a bunch of time going side by side, Gooden could slip all the way down to 9th.
Kind of like asking Barry Bonds to take at bats with roller skates. I mean, it's really not fair to put Dwight Gooden on.
Or without anything performance enhancing.
All right.
Yeah, we're going to stay away from that one. Meanwhile, on screen, we saw Call go way wide at no-name corner. That's going to be another incident for him. He is really stalking Mark Perez in that Odox machine. And we ride on board with Call now. Getting right up on that rear spoiler. Could see an opportunity very soon.
Guys, as we contemplated there, Indigo Racing BES gets back out. No tires, just a little bit of fuel.
That's going to dump them back out in 17th position. Not a bad run from them.
Still up 22 spots, Joe. Not a bad day at all. Gonna have to take care of her to the end here, though.
A little bit of a look from Andrew Call down into the bus stop on Mark Perez. We didn't see it on screen. But he's starting to get in the head of Odox. Just kind of keeping an eye on these two because this is the closest fight we've got currently up in the top 10 for this 8th spot. And we're seeing a very, very patient Andrew Call. The Australian just kind of biding his time. He's had chances to be more aggressive on Mark Perez, but hasn't really thrown anything in on the Iberia driver. Can see him gaining. Let's see, is this going to be the one? No, once again, same as I saw before. Just a little bit of a peak. Not close enough. And we're up to lap 86 currently here at Spa-Francorchamps. When you start hitting that many laps, you know it's a long race. This is not a short course by any means.
Andrew Paul really pushing it right now. Look,
He's hot into Pouhon there.
yes, he was. Got a really nice run on him. Able to keep it going.
Still not able to overtake down into Fanyes. But he is all over the mirrors of that Odox Motorsports Audi. Well, this is where he really wants to be on top of him, but he is not. Tries to get himself a run, goes very wide. I don't think it's going to be enough. The draft is going to pull him in once again. He's going to have to stay right tucked up under him and get a launch out. Oh, now the draft is really kicking in. Can he stay close to him coming through Blancpain? He's up there, but he's still about a car length and a half back, and he can't make the pass. As we're watching this, it seems like Bruno De Carmo has chipped away a little bit at Jonas Wallmeyer.
I've been watching it, Joe, and it might be half wishful thinking, half me wanting to build up drama for GSRC, but it's down to 17, just over 17 and a half seconds, and it's coming down consistently. We got 34 minutes to race. It might be a case of Wallmeyer just minding the gap here.
Could be. Bruno's about a half a second faster right now over the last couple laps, and little bit of traffic coming up here up the track, but boy.
And Andrew Call's got to run this time. It's coming up beside Mark Perez. He's got the inside. Can he try and outbrake him down into Lacombe? Just can sneak across if he wants to now. Gives him room. Still side by side. Now into Malmedy. Finally, Andrew Call gets it done. Could we see an over-under? Mark Perez tries to come back at him. He defends the inside. Down into Ravage. He's got to try and make the apex. This is difficult in the downhill braking of this corner. Manages to hold him off once again. Now in a no-name. It's still not over as Perez tries to find a way by, but through that left-hander, he finally gives up the ghost. Great stuff from the Aerologitech number 726 Audi. He waited and waited when the chance came. It was gutsy stuff from that blue car. Now, in regards, Bill, to him being able to chip away at that lead, I feel like Bruno's got an ice pick and he's trying to get to the center of a glacier. This is just...
Maybe.
I don't think he's got enough going for him here.
Man,
Sean, I'm not sure I'm going to agree with Joe there.
I'm going to kind of side with you here. I'm going to team up with you, Soup. De Carmo really stepping on it right now.
It's a second since I brought it up. It's under 17 now.
Was Wallmeyer dealing with lap traffic, though? He's near Marin Kolak.
Got around him pretty easy. It'll be a. Let me put it this way: nothing we need to pay attention to right now. But it is shrinking.
I'm seeing it back up to 17 seconds on mine. Oh, now it's shrunk back down again.
Well, we don't want you to go away here on GSRC. It's a 16-second lead. You got 32 minutes.
We'll see. We'll see. Bruno's not giving up, that's for sure. He's trying everything. And his pace has been looking good. Very consistent. 2:18.1, 2:18 flat, 2:18.2, 2:18.3, and then a 2:17.9.
What he can't do, Sean, he's oh my goodness, it's now down to 16.1. What he can't do, there's no room for mistake from
No.
he's got to be perfect.
Absolutely no margin for error, sir. You know, let's not forget about the podium here, though. G-Tross SST Orange having a great run. Cristobal Lopez doing a good job since he got in the car. They are still in third.
And he's got about 5 seconds over Matty Katasoya. So Matty could still run him down. Actually, let's look at the laps there.
Yeah,
218.8, 218.7, 218.5 for Matty. Oh, and much slower for Cristobal. I am afraid that podium's going to be going away from G-Tross Orange.
It's good. We could see a battle develop here for the podium before it's all said and done. I'm thinking we got probably about 14 laps left, Joe.
Before that starts to erupt, why don't we hop on board with Bruno De Carmo? I don't know about you guys, but I'd love to see a Brazilian with a bit between his teeth and see what he can do in this Audi around Spa. Let's watch a lap for a moment. As we come out of the bus stop, not quite a full lap as we hopped on just on top of Eau Rouge, but that should give you an idea what it's like around here in that bright yellow machine. Not quite as bright of a yellow with all the rubber building up on the nose. Since then, it is now down to 14.5 seconds between himself and Jonas Vollmeyer. We were talking about a little bit as we were watching. I suspect that Vollmeyer doesn't know that he's being caught so quickly. Unless he's saving fuel, I think he's going to pick up the pace as soon as someone alerts him.
Now, he's got more traffic, Vollmeyer does. He's going to have to get around. In fact, several cars up in front of him that he's going to have to pass before this race is over. That could work to Bruno De Carmo's advantage.
Meanwhile, remember Andrew Call and Mark Perez being in a battle. Call came out on top, but he's not running away. Perez still within a half a second, using that draft to stay on top of that Audi. And in fact, they are still running down Wyatt Gooden, who was overtaken by Tino Hooser. Gooden now in 7th. About 4 seconds back to Andrew Call.
Yeah, Gooden's going to have to really have a great race to hang on to a top 10 here.
He's got 27 minutes to go. So these guys are running them down, but remember, they could start battling amongst each other, and I think that's almost going to be what Wyan has to do, is he's going to have to try and turn them against one another instead of himself.
Yeah, he's just got to keep putting in the best laps he can, keeping the car on track and staying out of trouble. And like you said, really hope for them to battle hard behind them. Which they're going to, trust me, they're going to battle hard. You know, the window's closing here, boys, so not much time left to get this done.
It's been a 4-hour race here at Spa-Francorchamps. If you're just joining us here on the Global Sim Racing channel, welcome. These are the final stages of round 5 in the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series. Right now, your leader is Jonas Vollmeyer. Bruno De Carmo has been running him down. It's the final stint. We're not sure what is slowing up Jonas or what's speeding up Bruno. Well, we know what's speeding up Bruno. Cristobal Lopez took an alternate strategy. He didn't take tires in his last stop. That's got him into the podium spot. But Matty Catasoya, he is in 4th, and he is gaining quickly. And then rounding out the top 5, it's Yassine Beber, another 8 seconds back from those two.
Yeah, I think our next pass for position is probably going to be Lopez here, losing 3rd. He's got a little bit of buffer between him with the lap car.
That's Romano Garinic from Orion Race Team 3.
And Sean, it all depends. So much of this also depends on how they're doing in the overall standings, these guys trying to make it into, and what they've done earlier in the weekend. If you got something in the book, you're safe. If you're trying to get above that cut line, maybe you're happy with a 4th place finish. You don't want to fight it.
Now, here's an interesting problem for Cristobal, because he's got a lapped car that's faster than him right now. So does he fight him, try to keep him back, or does he let him through and risk letting Matty Catasoya get by him with an opportunity? Also, how hard does Romano fight? He's kind of sandwiched between them at the moment, has nowhere to go. And look at that, definitely being held up by that orange machine. He's definitely got the blue flags flying for him now, with the car of Catasoya up on his tailpipe. Oh, and he's got a run on Cristobal now. He is going to try and pass him. Slips by. Cristobal is going to have to lift, and he does, but look at this. It's an opportunity for Catasoya, and he is by. No fight from Cristobal. He's now down to 4th, and he's got 8 seconds between himself and Beber. Gap between our leaders now down to 13.5 seconds. 23 minutes left on the clock. Just over 2 minutes a lap. They're looking at, what would that be, about 10 laps to go?
Yeah, right now I've got about 11. Yeah, we're in that window. Guys, good and getting caught here by Andrew Call. Real quick. They head down to La Source.
It's not quite on top of him yet. But thinking about the time, Bill, I think that Bruno's going to have to catch him at more than a second a lap, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do that.
What I've been doing is doubling the time. 13 seconds, you just double it, gets you to 26. He was about at the halfway mark. As long as you can stay under that. Right now at 22, you'd like him to be at 11 seconds behind. Cut the 22 minutes in half. Yeah, not sure if he's there, but he is closing. Maybe the pace will pick up. Maybe he'll continue to get faster as it goes along.
On screen, we see Wyatt Gooden now caught by the car of Andrew Call. BMW versus Audi.
And that's not his only concern, as Perez is back there in ninth as well.
Down into Pujan they go. I almost think Call can be a little bit patient here. Get up on him, pressurize Wyatt Gooden. See if he can get a mistake out of him. Now through Fandies. Back and forth through the chicane. We hop onto Call's car, looking forward towards the BMW. This is going to be one of his best chances. Try and get the traction out of Stavolo. Launch it down the backstretch. They're just about dead even with one another. Traft is going to come in and help them. Also, the superior top speed of the Audi should come into play. BMW not known for being fast in a straight line. And there you can see, starts to close. Through Blancpain they go. Loses a little bit of aero. Andrew Call drops back and no opportunity into the bus stop. Tries for a good exit coming out of that final chicane. He gets it. This time he is right on top of Wyatt Gooden. Stays to the inside. And I think Wyatt lifts. Wyatt is not going to fight this. He wants to get a good finish here.
Yeah, that's the driver just acknowledging, knowing what he has left in the car.
Next up is going to be Mark Perez. He's just behind him. Is he going to get him down the Kimmel Straight? He's going to have the draft. Once again, it's Audi versus BMW for the second time. Closes in, closes in. He's within a car length, but not brave enough to try to outbrake him.
Gooden will probably end up giving this spot to Perez as well. Then he's got to hope he can hang on to stay ahead of Joel Gies, who's going to be running in 10th and running these guys down.
Boy, Perez is right on top of him now. I don't think he's brave enough to try it into Pouhon. He knows he's got the better pace. Around the double left-hander to the bottom of the hill. Drops back just a little bit. Perez also waiting patiently for the right moment here. Ooh, a little bit wide on exit for Wyatt Gooden. That allows Perez to get right back on that rear spoiler. Can he get himself the launch coming out of this corner? Stabilo gives him an opportunity, and he does. Nice run from Mark Perez in the Audi, looking on Wyatt Gooden, and the dying stages, moves to the left and sneaks on by with ease. Move Gooden down to 9th.
Now it's just under 4 seconds, Sean, till we get back to ERA Logitech running in 10th position. Oh, I apologize. No, it's Gecko Vortex. Sorry.
Yeah, Gecko Vortex hanging on, and well, Wyatt might fall into their clutches before this is over with. We'll see. I still don't think that car gets a top 10 finish if they didn't. If they took those tires. So I still think that was a good call for them.
Good news is there's nothing after Vortex. Gecko gets by them. It's a long way back to 11th. Hey, I quickly want to run up to 5th position. Lopez is beginning to get Tima GTNF is running down the G-Tross here, SST Orange. Remember, that team did not take tires. Whoever had the idea not to take tires, questionable, as these guys are really being... Lopez is going to struggle to hang on to 5th position. Or 4th position. Probably going to fall back into 5th. The bear is coming.
I think it's going to be a bit of a fierce fight, though, depending on when he catches him, because he's running out of time. The closer we get to that checkered flag, the more you're going to have to hurry decisions and not wait too long to make a dive.
That interval up front, which was 25 seconds after the pit stops, are down to 11.2, but only 17 minutes left.
I don't think there's any doubt that Jonas Wallmeyer knows exactly where Renault Ducarme's at.
I think so.
In fact, there's so few cars between them. Yeah, he knows exactly where he is. If he has his F3 box up, he knows. I wonder if we're going to see that Odox Motorsports number 30 have any kind of go at Andrew Call at some point. He's still been... Oh, I thought Call disappeared on my screen for a second, and I thought he had ran out of incident points, which I would not be surprised if we saw a number of cars. Oh no, and Wyatt Gooden, his run to the end, hurt with hitting the wall. Comes around Blancpain a little bit too hot. Let's watch the replay here.
Got a little bit of the grass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the turf or kitty litter, whatever you want to call that stuff.
Yeah, that
Off to the
AstroTurf
right.
does not give grip, and that it's also a little bit off because of the curb there. I know it upsets the car. I've driven it plenty of times, and that's probably what happened. It was a combination of those things. Old tires coming into it. You can see he tried to save it, just banged it off the wall multiple times.
Oh, and he had
No
to bring
choice.
it. He had
Yeah.
to bring it into the pit lane too. So there goes his top 10. I was hoping that the BMW was going to be strong enough to survive for the next 15 minutes. Oh my goodness, that his car is. When he hit the wall, he hit it, then he kind of pinwheeled around and kind of banged off the wall about every corner of the car.
That BMW can survive a lot, but it can't survive that. That was tough.
Well, what this does do is make the feeder car the highest BMW. Mohammed Patel has taken that one over. He's in 10th position. These guys started in 25th. What a run today. They're currently just ahead of their next closest competitor. That's Vincenzo Amico. And it's going to be another 26 seconds up to Joel Guez. So I don't think, unless one of the top drivers also runs into trouble or runs out of incident points, we're going to see, don't think Muhammad will be able to take them higher than 10th.
iRacing Brazil GT3, the car running in second place, had the fastest lap, last lap.
They're pushing. They want it. I think they know that any sort of mistake now, any sort of spin from Jonas Vollmeyer is going to take them into their clutches. I wonder, I'm really curious if Pure Racing Blue is actually maybe saving fuel here.
Remember, they came in at about the hour mark, so they could be very front end.
Did they maybe short fuel it a little bit to give themselves some extra cushion?
I mean, Joey's still turning 218s. I just turned to 217. I don't know how much he's really saving, to be honest with you. You'd think you'd be a little bit slower than that if you were saving fuel, wouldn't you?
I have no idea. I wish I was as fast as these guys.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Honestly, Vollmeyer was the fourth fastest car a couple laps, so I don't think he saved a lot.
Yeah.
But the interval is about to get down to single digits, and a lot of times that's where drivers use that as enough is enough mark.
Yeah, I know for me, I always think if I spin, that's about 10 seconds. So if you have more than 10 seconds, then you have room for a mistake.
It's under there, 9.8 right now with 13 minutes to go.
Well, Yacine Beber has now caught Cristobal Lopez. Remember, Lopez did not take tires in that last stop for G-Tross Orange. Beber did. So Yacine could be moving up to fourth very soon here. 13 minutes left to go. He's got time.
Bruno can see him now. Literally, Bruno just watched him go through the bus stop. Now Bruno making his way out onto the straight. Can see him down there at the end of the straight. So it's on. Let's do this.
As we watch this battle for fifth, that never helps me. As soon as I can see the guy I'm chasing, I inevitably go slower.
Soup, you know what a big fan of that old dog track racing I am. That's like putting the rabbit on the rail for me, baby. Let's go.
Different drivers operate different mentally, that's for sure. Right now, Beber can definitely see his prey. Closes right on in the tailpipe of Cristobal Lopez, but gets a bad exit out of the bus stop, and he's not going to get a chance down into La Source. He's going to have to try and get himself a good run out of the hairpin. And he does so. Gets nice and close. Not going to have an opportunity to go too wide through Eau Rouge, but the draft out of here is definitely going to be pulling him in if he gets the run, and he does. And he lifts. Cristobal sees the writing on the wall, lets the car through.
Let's go to 10th real quick. In fact, maybe a little bit of a rewind back there. This is a battle moving into 10th position is Patal for feeder. We talked about them, the that being the fastest BMW. It was going into the bus stop. They were going around. This was a battle to staying into 10th. They were going around a lapped car, and the lapped car almost came to a complete stop as they head down the bus stop here. Now they're being chased by, I have to say this, I've gone the whole 3 hours without having to do this team. Shinya Mashimi Sim Racing Yellow.
You got it.
All right. They're running in yellow. Vincenzo Amico behind the wheel right now. And there you can see.
Yeah, we saw the incident through the bus stop. Should have been a little bit of a hairy moment for Muhammad.
And so now this is a real, right now, if you go live, this is a real good battle for 10th position.
Very close between these two as we ride on board with Amico. He's always been there or thereabouts in our coverage. Looking like he might be close to be able to pass someone, but I don't think we've seen much in the way of overtaking from him.
Yeah, well, these guys didn't have a shot at the top 10 until Gooden pinwheeled it into the wall, so I got them up into this spot.
Guys, got a battle here for 10th spot. I mean, it's on Patel.
That's what we're watching that one, Sean.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, Patel really doing a good job of hanging on, but man, Amico is wheeling it right now, and I got a feeling with just under 10 minutes left, this is going to get pretty dicey.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that we see some aggressive moves late in the race, but we also don't know how many incident points either of these drivers have left,
yeah,
and that can affect how hard they try for these passes.
Yeah, only the teams know how much they have, and somebody better be watching it.
Once again, a reminder, if any of the teams are watching, if you finish on the podium, please come talk to us post-race. We love talking to our podium finishers and seeing how their race went. And even if you weren't on the podium, definitely come give us a shout. You never know when we'll go talk to you. Meanwhile, on screen, Vincenzo looks to the inside, down into La Source. They're side by side into the hairpin. Almost a crossover from Muhammad, and he disappears. He hit the incident limit.
That's it.
The contact did him in.
There we go.
Sent
we did
to
it
the
again.
cornfield.
If he had given him just a little bit more room, he would have been able to continue on. That is sad to see, especially. And I kept saying it the whole race. Feeder had the run of the race for me. Just phenomenal job from them.
Yeah.
Another BMW gone. I think
So
we're out of
is that it? Really? Our highest is looking like Samuel Libert now. He's holding it down in about 13th.
That is a shame, guys. It really is. You got 8 minutes left in the race, and you bomb out like that. That's tough to swallow, man. A 4-hour race at that.
Interval to the leader now under 8 seconds.
And normally, I tend to be all about, the being a clean driver. That's the importance of it. At a race like Spa, I really don't blame these teams for running into the incident limit. It is so easy. It's extremely difficult around this course because if you're pushing, you're going to rack up those incident points left and right.
Because this track, unlike others where if you pick up incident points, you're actually losing time. This one kind of rewards you for cutting the track. It like teases here. Take an incident point here and gain 0.2 of a second. That's what's frustrating with
Joe,
this place.
Joe, I wish I could remember how many points, incident points we had as a team when we did the 24-hour here last season.
It's the most I've ever had in a race, I'm pretty sure.
It was insane, I know.
Over 100 for me, at least.
Well, it's almost like push-to-pass points, because it helps. You're going faster if you use them up.
Except in push-to-pass,
you don't blow up at the end.
Not disqualified. Well, in case you're wondering about a potential pass for the lead, again, it's not looking likely. It's 8 seconds between DeCarmo and Vollmeyer.
I hope he comes into the interview booth because Vollmeier's going to have to answer to me for teasing me like this. Gap is down to like 7.5 seconds now.
I'll tell you what, I don't think the battle for 12th place is over yet. Riley Blythe, ERA MPMS team, just hanging on. The BMW of Samuel Liber is strong, and he's trying to make a run at it, but as they get up the Kemmel straight here, Liber just did not have a good run there through Redion and Rouge, and he's paying for it now, but he was really close there for a moment. He's right up the tailpipe of that Audi.
Yeah, those Audis are very slippery coming down the long straights. And a track like Spa certainly has been serving them well. Love these almost helicopter shots we've been getting from Dougie Beard in this broadcast. Really gives some lovely aerial angles of the hillsides of Spa-Francorchamps.
Spa gives him a good canvas to work with.
Yes. Well, we keep checking on it, but it hasn't changed recently, Bill. Perez is hanging on to call, but can't quite seem to get an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything left for either of these guys here.
Makes you wonder if Perez is another one of those drivers that's on the limit of incident points and doesn't want to battle, just is holding on.
Yeah. Because honestly, he's right there, but he just doesn't seem to be pushing the issue. Either that or the reward of 6th place doesn't outweigh the cost of 20th place.
Yeah.
All right, just a few laps left, boys. Wallmeyer in the lead. Obviously, he does have a car in front of him that he's going to have to get by. Marcel Ty in the Indigo Racing BES machine sitting in 16th. And looks like DeCarmo's got it down a little bit more here, but is it going to be enough? Starting to think it might not be, so we're running out of laps.
We basically have 2 to go at this point, and he's going to come across the line. I don't think he can erase a 7-second gap. It's going to take tragedy for Pure Racing Team Blue, for Bruno, to gun them down.
Well, if iRacing Brazil can hang on here and get a podium, I believe that is their second podium of the weekend, and that's going to be a good weekend for those guys.
There you see our leader heading on to the penultimate lap now, down through Eau Rouge.
What a great series this is going to be when it starts up for real in 2017.
Absolutely. It's been giving us good battles all throughout 4 hours of racing here at Spa-Francorchamps. And I tell you what, if you think guys are going to fight fierce for a chance to race in the 2017 Blancpain series, wait till they get to the actual Blancpain series and then they're fighting for money.
Did somebody say money?
Real money. Here we see 4th Yassine Beber. Oh, what happened to Perez? Let's see if we can figure out on the replay. He's heading into the bus stop here. Oh, did Perez run out of fuel?
Mm-hmm.
He towed at the pit entry there.
Maybe he was out of fuel.
I think that's a clear case of out of fuel at the end. Well, sad to see he was doing so well. That's why he was holding station behind Andrew Call. He was trying to save fuel. Oh. So that's going to move a few people up. Joel Guez now in 8th, Vincenzo Amico in the 9th, and Tom Valentini into the top 10.
Would sure like to know, I can't do it on my timing and scoring, what his pit stop was in relationship to our leader right now.
Well, as Vollmeyer now comes around La Source, here in the endurance layout, the flag comes here on the run down to Eau Rouge, and so he's going to get the white flag. Of course, he has less than a lap to go now, with the finish line, I should say, coming for him out of the bus stop. It's been a long 4 hours for Pure Racing Team Blue. There was a question mark on if they could take this win. They got up to first by strategy. They had pressure from what seemed like a faster team, faster driver with Jesus Cecilia. Started to gain ground with David Jordan. And then all it took was a little mistake from Darcon Tigo. And there was no pressure anymore on the Pure Racing Team Blue. Bruno De Carmo is trying to run him down, but it's too little too late for iRacing Brazil. They're looking at a second place.
Bruno,
eventually, I would
Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, I would love to see iRacing Brazil take a win. They've been so close on air so many times. I'm not sure if they've won one when we weren't calling one of the races.
With the exit of Perez, that brings Jim Racing Yellow into a top 10 spot. They're actually looking for get a ninth. We'll cover that one a little bit later after this winner comes across.
That's been, what, at least 4 drivers, 4 teams in the final 20 minutes that have not been able to finish or run into tragedy. But this team did not. Pure Racing Team Blue comes up to the bus stop chicane. Jonas Vollmeyer started it. He's going to finish it, and he'll take the win here at Spa-Francorchamps for round 5. Across the line, not far behind, 6 seconds between them. Bruno De Carmo tried to run him down too little too late. Still a second place has got to feel good. And then a ways back, we get to Vindeval Sim Racing White, Matty Carisoya. He's got about a 6-second gap to 4th place. He should be clean up to the checkered flag.
Guys, the battle for 10th place or for 9th, not over yet. Valentini battling, trying to catch Vincenzo Amico.
It's behind him less than half a second now. Ninth and 10th, still as of yet undecided 4 hours into this race. And at this point, I think it's going to be pride between these guys. No, they already know the points. They know where they need to be. And these final 2 rounds, next round going to be the last one in the qualifying series. Valentini gets a run. He's going to have the draft. He won't get him before they get to Blancpain. But what can he do coming out of that corner down to the bus stop? Here he goes, reeling him in. Can he hold on the exit of this corner? He's close, but not close enough. It's going to take a wild dive for him to get him into the corner. Vincenzo stays defensive down to the bus stop. And as long as he gets the run out of here, he's got it. Vincenzo's going to be 9th and Tom Valentini 10th. Nice battle.
Wow, yeah, it was.
And
right
with
down to the end.
13th being the last car on the lead lap, Samuel Libert, our highest BMW. Only one BMW finishing on the lead lap here today. We're going to take a break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Stick around because on screen we're going to have all the upcoming broadcasts here on GSRC, as well as the unofficial results after that and driver interviews. Don't go away. Welcome back to Spa-Francorchamps here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We just watched round 5 of the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series. And after this 5th round in the series, Pure Racing Team Blue managed to come out on top. It wasn't sure the whole race. In fact, it was a big question mark for most of it. And they still managed to bring home the checkers. iRacing Brazil gave them a run for their money. Couldn't get it under those 6 seconds at the end. They came home second. Vendaval Sim Racing White finished in 4th, a long ways back. Those top 2 seem to be the class of the field. Team GTNF, nice run by them. They got 4th just off the podium and passed G-Tross SST Orange in the latter stages of the race for that spot. G-Tross finishing 5th. Team RSO, another one with a great run, 17th to 6th position, 11 up for them at the sharp end of the field. Great job for them. And then Era Logitech 726 finishing 7th. Gecko Vortex Blue, they came home in 8th with Shinya Michimi Sim Racing Yellow coming home in 9th. And rounding out the top 10, Bill, it's Jim Racing Yellow.
11th position, ERA MPMS. There's a catchy title for you, number 725. Trinity Motorsports, that's the green team, in 12th position. 13th and 14th went to Apex Racing Simulators and Vendaval Sim Racing Azul. Indigo Racing BES, another rule for Soup's rule. Do not put punctuation in your team name, as they finish 15th. Orion Racing Teams, number 2 and number 3, go 16th and 17th. ARG, says Radical Online Pirates, as they go in 18th position. GermanSimRacing.de, 815, going to come one spot inside the top 20, and that was VEC Sim Racing. Sean?
All right, down to 21st, we've got Alpine Eagle Racing. They actually finished 21 spots up, guys. Nice run for Alpine Eagle Racing. Four Brothers GT3, 22nd. 23rd, going to go to Odox Motorsports Samsung. Sailors Soup, going to finish 24th today. 25th, hard luck for the Feeder Ragnar Simulations team. Like Joe said, that really was the car of the race. What a run they had until they didn't and get X'd out there. Finished 25th. 26th, going to go to Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Green. 27th, Radicals Online Steel Series. Wyatt Gooden cracking the car up there late. Tough break for those guys. 28th, Team Chimera going to finish 28th. Dark Antigo Racing Team going to finish 29th. And Triton Racing going to finish out and round out the top 30.
31st is Team Tortuga, followed by MSP Drivers Home 3 in 32nd. Bonsai Motorsports didn't have the greatest of races. They finished 33rd, followed by Pure Racing Team Yellow in 34th. MSP Home 1, they came home in 35th, followed by R4R Motorsports in 36th. Get into the drivers that DQ'd out here. Vendaval Sim Racing did not. They were 102 laps down at the end in 37th. Husinkveld Core Motorsports in 38th, followed by Dream Factory in 39th. And Jim Racing Black finishing in 40th. Bill?
Glacier Racing BES found themselves frozen 102 laps down in 41st position. All these cars got caught up, I think, in the big one here. They're all 102 laps down. BSRJ Blanco Team Black, Blanco and Black in the same name, disapprove of that one. They're going to be in 42nd position. Thrustmaster Manuvo Black, MSP Drivers Home 2. Torrent Motorsports BES, Core Sim Racing BES, Black Star Racing Gemini. Ooh, like them. They're in 47th position. These guys are all 102 laps down. Not sure how they decided who was going to finish where. Kronos International Team in the 48th spot.
Bill, I wonder at what point you're going to hold your seminar on team name naming, like rules and whatnot, so that
so much to say. All right, I'm done now. Move along.
All right, we do have one of our winners in, Maximilian Vinnick, who raced for Pure Racing Team Blue. Had a good run. We're going to bring him into the booth and see how he felt about how their race went. Max, do you got a copy?
Yes, I am here.
All right.
I did not understand the question. I was too late in the channel.
Oh, it's okay. So, Max, we watched you guys' progress, and it looked like at first you were only up there on strategy as far as being in first, and then later in the race, you guys were holding pace with David Jordan. Before he had his incident, did you think you had a serious go at taking the win?
Yeah, first of all, we knew that Cecilia was the fastest driver in the grid, and we needed to do something special on strategy-wise to get them or even have a chance to take the win. And yeah, we saw that Jordan was another driver of him, and already knew we are a little bit faster than him, and that was the case actually when I did my stints. I was in front of him after the pit stop, and I gained a little bit time on him depending on the traffic we got. But yes, it's I don't know if we could have made it. We could have made it. Maybe Cecilia would be doing the last stint, and if this was the case, I don't think we could have catched him.
Well, my dad always liked to say, I'd rather be lucky than good. And in this case, definitely played in your favor. Bill?
All right, now be careful how you answer this, because you kept my attention the whole last part of the race. Were you just minding the gap, or were you intentionally frustrating me by letting him gradually wheel you in?
We got really close to the incident limit. And so we had to back up a little bit.
24 to be
trouble.
Exact. Sorry to butt in, but I think you were at 24 max?
Yeah, we had 23. The 24th was on purpose, actually. The last corner we said, just take it, just for fun. And that was the point, because we had to take out some throttle, and Bruno was really fast, so it was he gained a lap in the beginning of his stint, and it was like, okay, that is really fast, maybe it gets a little close, but I guess he pushed so hard that his tires went off a little bit, and then he gained only half a second a lap, and then we knew, okay, I think that we got it. We can go safe.
All right. Good answer. You're off the hook. As long as you weren't doing it intentionally to tease the commentators, I'm okay with it. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you.
That was Max Vinig racing for Pure Racing Team Blue, P1 today at Spa-Francorchamps. Up next, we've got Tobias Cerny. RSO had a great run from 17th to 6th. What a run by those guys. Let's bring them in. And Sean, if you'd like to ask Tobias any questions about their race, we'll hand you loose.
Yeah, Tobias, you and Tino really had a great run in the car today. What was the secret for you guys?
Hello, guys. Glad to be here. The secret, I don't know. I have to say we somehow found a good pace on this track, and maybe the secret this week for us was the qualification. Even though we were still nearly second off the pole position, we were able to start from P17, I think, and not from P30 or 40 plus, like we did in a few other races. And somehow the first couple of laps were calm compared to the second race. We managed to get through a few incidents quite good, and found ourselves in a good spot just outside of the top 10. And basically the race was pretty good until to the end of my second stint, where I ran into a few troubles, which is why we had to shift our strategy.
Right. So what did you have to shift there in the strategy there towards the end?
I also wrote it in the chat. I had problems with my wheel while I was driving.
Okay.
I lost force feedback and all button functionalities for fractions of seconds. And that's not nice if you go into Blancpain just before you don't want to turn in. You feel nothing in the wheel at all.
Oh, jeez.
And it got worse and worse. And when I went into the pits, I was stuck in fifth gear because I couldn't shift. And I just went into the pits one lap too early, which is why Tino had to save an extra lap in the final stint. And it could have been a bit better then, I guess, if I lost a bit of time, racked up some incident points. And so Tino was just trying to get home in the last stint with his 28 laps, but he did a fantastic job. I could not imagine a better teammate for doing this. He was absolutely driving perfectly, and we nearly even catch the GT rows with their tire saving strategy. By maybe 1 or 2 more laps, we could have had an attack on them, but in overall, fantastic race for us. And after Monza and Zoller, our next good result, and we hope we will also do it at Nürburgring.
Well, Tobias, a lot of fun watching you guys work out there today, and congratulations on a great run. We'll see you next time, my friend.
Yeah, thanks. I also want to mention or give a shout out to my teammates who followed us on the stream, and also congrats to Pure, iRacing Brazil, and Vanderbilt for finishing on the podium in this tough race. I guess a Spa endurance race with such a small amount of incidents always thrilling towards the end. I also saw that Maximilian racked a lot of incident points, so that Jonas had to finish the race basically with only 1 incident. I guess he told this in the interview before.
Yes.
It's a very tough job if you get a car and you know you have 1 incident. You can get it 1 off track and nothing more.
You guys are pretty close too. I think you had 21 there at the end.
Yeah, Tino racked up a few in the last lap, so it was quite safe. I got with my wheel issues. I racked up a few before my end of the stint, which wasn't according to the plan. But yeah, we were quite comfortably, I would say, compared to others in the top 10. Yeah,
it was hard on a lot of teams today. We lost several during the race because of that. But good job for Team RSO today. We'll see you soon. Thanks, Tobias.
Yeah, thanks for the great stream as well. It's awesome to follow this competition here, and you're doing a fantastic job. Goodbye.
Well, we thank you for the kind comments. That was Tobias Zerny, driver of the number 97 team RSO BGT machine. Him and his teammate Tino Hauser having a really solid run here at Spa today.
And with that, as all things, they must come to an end, and we need to wrap up for today. But before we go, we always want to thank a few people. Of course, thanks to Blancpain for sponsoring the iRacing Blancpain Endurance Series. And of course, a special thanks to iRacing for organizing this series, and to RaceSpot for giving GSRC the chance to cover this. Thanks to the software and hardware that we use for our broadcast, you can see listed on your screen. Additional thanks to our musical contributors, Eric Ekholm and Casey Lalonde, whose music you can also find at the websites listed. Thanks to the team today, Bill, Sean, Amjad, and Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com, along with archived races and upcoming broadcasts. We're also on Twitter at GSR Channel and Facebook at /GlobalSimRacingChannel. Next race, we mentioned it, it's going to be at the Nürburgring GP course. So unfortunately not the big one, but even still, that is a tough one to race on. That'll be Sunday, January 22nd at noon Eastern. We also have upcoming races for other series on screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. However, until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.